All right, it's 9 o'clock. Good morning, everyone. I trust you had a wonderful night. We do want to appreciate you for being with us for this 3-day conference. Today is the last day for the ASFI first annual conference and boot camp. We are 36 and many are coming. Please, can you indicate if you have actually been in attendance for day 1 and day 2? Can I just see your hand up? For those who have been in attendance, full attendance from day 1 to day 2. Can we have a reaction, please, just to see how many of us have been here consistently? Wow. Great. Can see the chats. All right, fantastic. So I welcome you. Oh, great. I can see more hands coming up. Great, fantastic. Wow. Okay, so you're welcome to the last day of our conference. Today also holds to be beautiful. So I welcome you while we start the program. Stay put, stick with us so that you won't miss any of the program that we have lined up for you. I have my distinguished colleagues and friends who will take us through the program before we commence fully. So you're welcome. Congratulations. Dr. Vera?
Thank you so much, Jerry. I hope you can all hear me. If I'm audible,
yes.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much, and welcome all to day 3 of our conference, which is our last day. And my task is simple today. I want to take us through a reflective journey to just try and appreciate the invaluable insights and engaging activities that unfolded during the past 2 days. Then you can be able to appreciate how interconnected they have been. On day 1, we were able to get a quick overview and a confidence, or rather a justification on the formation of ASFI through Prof. Bright and the ASFI General Assembly leadership, and of course the executive committee. And that one actually laid the foundation of getting to understand exactly where the journey to coming up with such an inaugural event came about. Immediately after, we were able to commence our expedition with a profound keynote address from Prof. Tomori, whose impassionate words resonated deeply into the untapped potentials within the African context. In his speech, he underscored the critical need for multidisciplinary research as the pin to unlocking solutions to our continent, multifaceted challenges. He called for collaborative problem solving with a powerful message on the fact that our capabilities holds the key to transformative change. And of course, immediately after Prof. Tomori, we had Prof. Babalola, who graced the session, delving into the intricate relationship between humanity and our environment. And her address reminded us the symbolic nature between us and nature itself, specifically trying to appreciate that our environmental practices, they need to be safe and secure for our food supply. She did advocate for a harmonious blend between the traditional and modern farming methods, envisioning a future where wisdom guides our actions for the betterment of both our environment and our food security. We then thereafter went into breakout sessions where we were able to get into the oral abstract presentations provided by a diverse spectrum of research insights. And it was quite an engaging session, which saw most of us present part of their research, which is either in progress or in completion. And of course, a number of us were able to engage and have an idea of what current research, what people are currently working on in their kind of research, looking at Africa as a primary context. Beyond that, in the afternoon, we had an opportunity to engage with Dr. Fidel, who illuminated the path towards research visibility and personal branding. Specifically, he was able to let us understand the significance of intentional visibility as researchers. And thereafter, Dr. Eman Sob engaged us in a dialogue about the indispensable skills that serve as foundational pillars for success in our respective research careers. Of course, in between, we did have a chance to play a game, which was ably branded as Find a Collaborative Researcher, that fostered connection amongst participants and added a delightful touch to the proceedings of the day. And that was largely what we did in day one. Yesterday was a continuation of what we had started in day one. And most importantly, we had the opportunity to listen to the provoking panel discussion that was spearheaded by Dr. Bridget, Professor Dorcas, Dr. Karen, and Professor Rosemary, who brought to us the gender perspective in African research and development. Their deliberations ignited a spirit discourse focusing on gender issues in research productivity and passionately advocating for gender equality within the research landscape. And of course, the pivotal moment arrived with the long-awaited launch of the ASFI Scholar, which is a comprehensive platform designed to empower the African research community, both research and academic community. It's a platform that seamlessly integrates an array of tools, promising enhanced visibility, collaborative opportunities, and a wealth of learning resources. So all of us who attended the launch, we were able to get into the interactive exploration, and we witnessed firsthand platform capabilities through the poster reviews, the poster presentations and reviews. And of course, we were able to appreciate that it creates a platform where scholars can collaborate seamlessly, transcending geographical barriers. We had a break thereafter, and in the afternoon, we had Dr. Collins lead an invigorating workshop on research proposal development, which ignited the collective imagination of each of us, where we were able to brainstorm different concepts aimed at addressing some of the pivotal research aspects affecting the African continent. So the culmination of these efforts was a riveting research proposal writing competition, where innovative ideas vied for recognition. I think all of us, me included, we are just waiting to get feedback from the review committee on which proposal stood out, and of course, we get to know what reward is awaiting. So ideally, these 2 days encapsulated a mosaic of knowledge sharing, collaboration, and a resolute commitment to elevating African research and development. We are actually in the process of igniting a flame of hope, a collective dedication to shaping a brighter and more prospective future for our beloved continent through the power of collaboration, knowledge exchange, and transformative research endeavor. That was what we achieved up to day 2. And so we have today. Let's have a feel of what's lined up for us. Today, we will have the opportunity to listen to Prof. James Kewir, who will be talking to us about understanding the socio-cultural context in African research. We'll also be able to hear, we'll be having 2 keynote sessions, where Prof. James will take the first one, and then we'll have Prof. Alina on the role of government and NGOs in research development. Thereafter, we'll be able to get back into the parallel sessions for the oral presentations according to the different sub-themes. And it will be the second session of the oral presentations, and then we'll have a lunch break. Immediately after, we'll have a workshop session facilitated by Dr. Benita on mastering self-learning techniques for continuous growth. And also Dr. Dumisani and Dr. Abdul Hamidu will take us through the second phase of the workshop on communicating research to a wider audience. Immediately thereafter, we will be able to enjoy some closing remarks from the ASFI admins, the ASFI member assembly, and the conference planning committee. That's what's scheduled for us today. Then I would want to also take this opportunity to very quickly mention that this is a journey that we have just begun. The inauguration of this conference has actually informed the perspective of the second conference, which we are keen to have it happen in 2024, and it will be a conference and bootcamp, a joint session, a joint event, just like we've had this season. We are looking at the same dates, but this time around, we want to focus on the theme of revolutionizing perspectives, unleashing innovations in African research. The conference sub-themes, these are proposed conference sub-themes that will be able to address the themes are inclusive innovation, ethical considerations in advancing research frontiers, technological advancements in African research. And of course, the bootcamp sub-themes will be on research fundamentals and methodologies, communication and collaborative skills in research, and navigating the digital research landscape. I'll leave it at that and hand it back to Jerry. Thank you so much. If Jerry is not with us, Ajibola, you can take it up. Thank you.
I was on mute. I was muted. Sorry about that. Thank you so much, Dr. Jerry. Sorry, Dr. Vera, for the key highlights from day 1 and day 2. And I'm sure that we've been brought abreast with all that happened during these days. And today is going to be great. So I just want to give some practical notes, like we've been sharing since the day 1. And today again, like we've been initially stating that the event starts at 8 a.m. GMT and ends at 3:15 p.m. GMT. The lunch break is just for 30 minutes and is between 12 p.m. and 12:30 p.m. GMT. And of course, the conference sections is before the lunch, which is between 8 a.m. and 12 p.m. GMT. The bootcamp section is after the lunch, which is between 12:30 p.m. GMT and 3:15 p.m. GMT. And please write your name using the first and the last name so that you are properly addressed when you want to make comments or ask questions, or when it's time for your presentations. And thank you so much for all the evaluations that have been coming in, and those who are taking their time to fill it is within less than 5 minutes. So please, we'll be sending out the final evaluation today, and I would really like that please we all fill these evaluation forms, help us make next conference much better. And every participant will be receiving a certificate, the oral presenters, the poster presenters, and even those that are not presenting any category but are participants. You will all be receiving certificate. And also please, in case you have any questions or you have any complaints or you have any comments, you can make them using the chat box, or even if you have questions during the keynote speeches and any other section, please use the chat box for your questions, and also raise your electronic hand if you would love to, if you rather speak. Yeah, thank you. So also the presentations, all presentations will be compiled and shared after the event. And of course, today will be the last day, and there will be prizes and awards for oral and poster presentations, and there will be categories in the first, second, and third best presentations in both the oral and poster category. And also for the bootcamp section we had yesterday on proposal writing, we would also have the best group or the best proposal emerging from the group. So an award will also be given to the best group. And also please introduce yourself using the chat box. This is an avenue for you to meet like-minded people and collaborate, like we learned during the day 1, that multidisciplinary research is really what would really move the research frontiers in Africa upward and higher. So please, this is an opportunity for you to introduce yourself and collaborate, meet other people and network. I remember yesterday, we also learned that during the panel discussion, good. It is good to network. It's good to have the right people in your network. And also, please, the poster viewing still continues to 2 p.m. and afterwards we'll collate the best posters in the first, second, and third category, and awards will be given. So please, you can still view posters, you can still vote for posters, and it ends at 2 p.m. GMT today. And please, the 2004 membership registration is now opened, and I don't think we still need to really advertise this. By now, I expect that a lot of people would have clicked on the link and register for 2004 membership registration. And remember, yesterday again, we have also carved out the ASFI Women in Science program that will also be happening in within the membership in 2024. And also there is a general group, there's a general WhatsApp group where everyone can belong to, and this is where we share various updates and various information concerning ASFI and even other opportunities, not only about ASFI, but even all other opportunities where you can also key into. And also, please remember, for those who want to record on your local disc. Do not record on the iCloud. And also, the recording will be shared afterwards. And if not, the recording will also be on YouTube, on our YouTube channel. And also remember to network, to collaborate and connect. And I also want to emphasize that please use the hashtag ASFI 2003 conference in case you want to post anything concerning the conference, in case you want to post on your social media pages and on and on your status, or in case you have maybe during the conference you have major highlights from this the slides that will be shown across. You can screenshot, you can screen grab, and also share this on your social media pages using the hashtag ASFI 2023 conference. And also during the launch of the ASFI Scholar and the journal, please also remember to share on the social media platform. Join ASFI Scholar and including the link to join there. I will share all this later during the conference. So thank you so much. You should all have a great presentation. Thank you. And also, please, I would also be sharing our social media pages. Please follow us, like our posts, and also share, please. I'll be sharing various social media pages. Twitter, we're on Twitter, we're on LinkedIn, we are, yes, on YouTube. So please follow us and be part of us. Join the movement. Thank you so much. Thank you. Next. Yeah.
Hello, welcome everyone. I am Iman Sobh, Associate Professor of Respiratory Medicine at Al-Azhar University, Cairo, Egypt, and the Taiba University, Medina, Saudi Arabia. I am the Director of Science and Communication of African Science Frontiers Initiatives. We have a lot of activities during 2024, including courses, monthly seminar series, Dr. Nawar's tips and tricks, ASFI research programs, ASFI Scholar, and ASFI Journal. Next. The courses offered in 2024, we have the first one, reproducibility and scientific research. The application is open now and it is totally free. Please apply. We will post the link in the chat and it will be sent to you by emails. It will be from January to February. We have also systematic reviews and meta-analysis during March, research quality, productivity, and impact, April to June. Also, we have research funding and grant writing, art of science leadership, and ethics in research, all to be announced soon. Next. Regarding monthly seminar series, these are discussions that will engage different African researchers and scholars in Africa and diaspora to make us better. It will occur every last Sunday of each month from 5 to 7 p.m. GMT. We have several topics under the theme of innovation in research. In January, innovation in research, what is it? February, innovative research in Africa the urgencies. In March, the innovation research pathways, how they work, and in May, making innovation research work, the stakeholders and their roles. During June, we will discuss making innovation research work, the funding aspects. You know that we discussed several funding aspects, challenges, and facilitators in Africa during the 2023. We will continue from the aspect of innovation. From July to December, we will showcase of exemplar of completed or ongoing innovative research in Africa across sectors and disciplines. Next. Dr. Nawar's research tips and tricks under the theme of scientist success virtues last Friday of each month from 1 to 2 p.m. GMT. We have several topics also during January with scientists, February, what scientists do, a call for special virtues. Following this, we will discuss passion, the success foundation fever, and in April, curiosity, the virtue for exploration. During May, in ignorance. Ignorance is an important point in science, the outcome that beautifies research. And during June, we will discuss failure, the never-ending learning curve. July, persistence, the fuel that people success. August, patience. As a scientist, you should be patient, the lubricator of research stories. In September, creativity, the ingredient of real innovation, and in October, networking, you must be collegiate. November, flexibility, resilience, that makes you strong. December, communicative, telling a story right. Next. We will continue to finalize ongoing ASFI research programs and initiate new ones. These include research into topical research and science issues in Africa and conversational opportunities. For example, we have ongoing research projects, quality, productivity, and impact in research among African scientists and perception of research funding in Africa. Next. We launched during this conference ASFI Scholar. It is a one-stop shop for African scholars to learn, mentor, communicate, collaborate, publish, and be visible. Complete full rollout in 2024. As you know, the website now is under construction. Some features will be added to the existing ones, and complete and full work of the website and of the platform will be during 2024. Next. Also, we launched ASFI Research Journal for excellent research publishing in Africa. The full rollout will be during 2024 with all functioning and publishing abilities. Next. We thank you for attending the African Science Frontiers Initiative Conference, and we want to see you. Please visit the ASFI website. Also, you can have more info by email. Contact the info email. We visit YouTube channel. All previous activities and upcoming ones will be posted there. Please take some communication and collaboration through LinkedIn and X platforms. All these links will be sent to you by email and will be in a chat. Thank you, and looking forward to see you in future seminars and activities. Thanks, everyone. Please, for the award, proposal award, please, our leaders, all group leaders, please send the leader name and the member name and affiliations to me or to Jerry for launching of the winners after launch. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Eman. And I welcome you all to the last day of the conference. Let me remove my presentation so that you can see my face clearly. The last point Eman mentioned is very important because we will be giving the awards today. So the groups that we have formed 2 days ago and then updated yesterday, please send the list of those who participated. Only those who participated in the discussion yesterday, because we want those who contributed to the project development and idea to benefit from the award. So please, group coordinators, do that and send the list to Eman or Jerry. Do that. I think they want it before lunch. So behind the scene, collect the names of your group members and then share with everyone. All right. I think I have Michael and Owen here. I think they're here now. I want to, before I go to the next item, to revisit what we started yesterday, and which was clearly captured in the highlights we received this morning. So this is what we have, and I will encourage you. The link has been shared. This is about Africa. This is fantastic initiative, and I think nobody would have problems with it. It's under development, and we'll continue to develop it. So one thing you will do when you get into the system is to try to figure out features you think are missing that we can add. Let us know. Features you think are not well placed, let us know. Since the beginning of this conference, one of the key emphasis has been it will take only Africans to build Africa, only Africans. And this giant step we need to take, we need to start with small steps. We have started it. We have provided a platform. We have introduced the idea. We need your support to get it working. You can see what happened yesterday. Trying to get into it, there were hitches. How many people were discouraged by that? Anybody who was discouraged? Raise your hand up who was discouraged by those hitches. All right, so we're all happy. I was happy. It wasn't an issue because this is the way it works. It is the way it works. And the technical team was able to quickly figure out what was causing the hitches. And that is how we'll continue to do it until we get it right. We'll get it right. So you have the website, sign up, and then when you sign up, you log in, okay? You log into the system, and if I log in here now, let me see if everything is working. Well, yeah, I'm in the system. When you come into this system, I was trying to explain to you yesterday, there are quite a number of things you can do. You can do. First of all, you need to update. Go to your let's see, the dashboard here. It's the dashboard here, and you have the dashboard. You go here and you update your profile. If you click here, you have a drop down menu. Edit your profile. When you click that, then you have the space to edit your profile. Here it shows, for instance, how many people I'm following within the platform. So you can follow people. How many followers I have, okay? We mentioned it's a place to network, it's a place to collaborate. So you can follow people, people can follow you. This is how many books I've downloaded. I will do that in my convenient time. And you can bring your materials here as well. So edit your profile. I have not edited mine yet. Then you have things here, work history, which will help people to discover you. All right. Perhaps, Eman, you can take note of this. We have the technical expertise you mentioned last time, soft skills. Perhaps we can include that here. What soft skills people have so that people can see what are similarities they have in order to decide for collaboration. Work history, you can add your work history, what you have had, your email you can update. Then the beauty of here is that you can actually bring different other platforms, external platforms you are in. All right, is it LinkedIn? You can be in your LinkedIn URL here, your Facebook, your X account, or Twitter, Instagram, your YouTube profile, your Google Scholar, goodness me, quite a lot. All right, so you can link all those on this platform. And this is one of the things Dr. Intien Kang told us 2 days ago. If you want to be visible, then get into this. And now you have additional one, ASFI Scholar. That is where we are, ASFI Scholar. All right, so please make use of this system. Once you've updated your profile, we mentioned this is a place you can study, you can learn. Here we display the courses you have taken. You can bring materials in here, experts who have short videos of lectures, short videos of some tips, some tricks. They can bring them here, all right? And other people can have access to them. Also have the resources page where you can bring different resources, maybe your papers, and so on and so forth. And here you have a link, become an instructor. Become an instructor. So we have the rules of how you can create content here, okay? And then once you apply here, it goes to the admin who will review your content, and we give approval if you meet the conditions for the system. So colleagues, there are quite a lot of things you can do here, as you can see. You have the library. I think the library is a place where you have, you can have materials. You can have different materials stored here. The discovery menu here on the left here, this is a place you can discover those who are in the system. You can follow people, you can discover people. Yeah, I can see people who have already signed. Goodness me, great. So I can see all these people. I can see Lydia, I can see Edna, but I can't see everybody here who has joined this. Please sign in. I can see. I can follow all these people. All right, I can follow them. Okay, and then this is the space. You can create a space here. As I mentioned yesterday, is a place where you can connect with other colleagues. All right, this is Eman's space, is it? You can connect with other colleagues. For instance, we announced yesterday, ASFI Women in Science. You can create a space here where you meet and do your work. All right, you can create a research space here. The ASFI General Assembly has what they call research interest. Research interest can come here, create a space, and they can work together in this place. All right, so they can see it's a fantastic system. As I mentioned, it's still under development. We'll continue to work on it, but the idea here is great. So there are many things you can do here. And then what happened was that in the end, yesterday, we were taken to the poster viewing. Let me just conclude here. At your covenant time during the break, short breaks, please try to register in this space and share this far and wide. Share this far and wide so that colleagues can also join us here. If we have a space like this as Africans, I think we can do quite a lot of things together. All right, so let me see if I get my link. I'm looking for my link here to show you the poster viewing. Poster viewing space, which is part of this system. Let me just give me a minute. I'm looking for my file here. Okay. Now found this. And I will just want you to just watch me. You don't need to do anything at this point because I just want to demonstrate this. Just want to demonstrate it now. Let me keep myself. Okay. Let me stop sharing it. Link. Okay, so I have the poster viewing link now. I have opened here. You can see me, but I don't want you to see me here. Let me just close my video and mute this. All right, so what has happened here is that the ASFI Scholar is a multitasking or multi-features platform. All right, with the ASFI Scholar now we just left, you can do those collaborations here. But also we have a system where you can do video conferencing. All right, and then we can do what we did yesterday to view the abstract and the posters in the system. So in this video conferencing, you can come here and then join. Most of us, oh goodness me, people have already joined. Wow, these people did. Oof. Okay, no problem. Since you're here, no problem. So I'll just mute everyone. So don't unmute yourself because there's noise coming. Those who have joined now, people are, yeah, it's good to be very impatient. No problem with good things. Be impatient. All right. So you can come here and have your meetings, and this is fantastic because if you go to Meet has, if you're more than 2 persons, I think it has limit of 1 hour or so. If you go to Zoom, if you're more than 2 persons, Zoom is free for I think 1 hour or so. Then after that, you pay. All right. But here, you can meet as long as you want. You can meet as long as you want. And what we are doing for the first 1 year of this platform, this will be free of charge for ASFI members. If you want to have your meetings, please get in touch. We'll create the meeting link for you. You can come here and have your meeting. It looks good, isn't it? It looks good. This is African made, and we're so proud of it. It looks good. So that is one of the features of the ASFI Scholar we have made. Okay. I think somebody should actually give us a cheer. I don't know why you're keeping quiet. Why don't you just write something there? Give me a thumbs up and tell us this is good. All right, so this is this. And the other thing is the poster viewing space here. You can see it here. We used yesterday. All right, we used yesterday. If you go there, the posters will display on the right. Display on the right there. And to view any poster, you just click on it. Okay. And I hope you still see my screen. Some people complain that the text were small. That's so because you are viewing it on this level here. You can see this poster. It counts how many people have visited it, 20 people, how many thumbs up it has received, how many thumbs down it has received, and then how many downloads. Now, if you want to view it in a bigger or magnify it or zoom it, then you click it again and it says allow. Okay, then it downloads and you can view it in a bigger version. You don't necessarily need to read it here. You can take it and read it in a bigger version. All right. So this is what we were showing yesterday. Many of you came here, viewed the posters. It continues. It continues until I think 2 p.m. We'll leave it there. After the conference, we'll leave it for some time, maybe a week or so. If you want to come back to download the posters, if you want to come back to view them, please feel free to do that. Feel free to do that. It's your event. It's yours. Okay? It's ours. And we are proud of what is happening here. To be frank with you, I've attended conferences. Some of you who joined the leadership program I had a few weeks ago, and I could hear comment from my colleagues who had said, wow, I mean, if you're able to have electronic or digital viewing of posters in an event like this, it is fantastic. Because we have attended during the COVID, things were just a mess up, okay? But we're able to have African-made platform to have conferences. And this is open for organizations that want to use this platform. Please reach out to us. Then we can discuss on how we can facilitate that. Okay? So take advantage of what we have here. Even though I know often Africans like a Nigerian terminology called Oyibo, that is Western made. But that is one thing we want to break out from the movement we have here. We want it to be about Africa. Because as Prof. Tomori said, we have all it takes. Africa has all it takes. All right. Let me go back to the other thing I have this morning. Okay. Well, let me close the poster viewing session first. Let me get out. So that is the ASFI scholar. The next thing we are very much excited in this conference is to let you know that we have been working hard. Okay. About a year ago, we sent out a survey. Was it a survey to people? Yeah, more than a year ago. After we celebrated our 2nd anniversary, we sent it out for people to indicate areas they would like to work, things they would like to do within the ASFI network, and we collected that. And at that time, we were already thinking about a journal. We're thinking about it and we have been brainstorming about it. And recently, we took this step further. And so one of the things we wanted to mention in this conference is that process has actually advanced so much that we are at the last stage. We are working hard to ensure that the conference, the journal will be in operation from the beginning of 2024. Actually, the plan is that the conference proceedings, the abstracts that have been submitted, will constitute the first issue of this journal. All right? So we are happy. I have some balloons there. Somebody should send some balloons, send some cheers, because this is quite fantastic. This is quite fantastic. And I hope that as I make this brief presentation, and what I want to do is that to tell you about it, and then I have the technician who will give us a short demo of how the system is looking, where the papers and articles will be published. Okay? So the name, this was not easy. We thought about it. What name do we give it? Well, because we have the ASFI brand, we decided to add it. So the journal name is ASFI Research Journal. It is multidisciplinary. what it means is that if you're a theologian, if you're a biologist, if you are whatever you do, you can publish in this journal. And that is one of the things we promote in ASFI, that we can speak the same language to a very large extent, because in the end, we are all working towards making our society a better place. So if you have a system where we can bring everything together, it's good. I can understand what the theologian is doing. I can understand what the economics is doing by reading their papers. I may not get everything, but seeing this, we want to create that one-stop shop that can bring different fields together. The website, this is what we'll have it, ASFI Aruje. The abbreviation is ASFI Aruje, and the website is still under development, and a bit of it will be shown now when I finish. Now, why ASFI Aruje? Why is it? Okay. From what I see, there are over 2,200 African journals, scientific journals that exist. Okay? Although around 245 of them are collected in the African Journal Online, AJOL, around 245. But people have gone to count the journals, number of journals from Africa is over 2,200. All right? Of this number, only 7% are indexed in Web of Science. I know there are criteria to be indexed in Web of Science, the criteria. And of those indexed in Web of Science, 73% of them are from South Africa. 73 of all African journals indexed in Web of Science are from South Africa. 8% of those journals are indexed in Scopus, and around 62% of those are indexed in Scopus are from South Africa. All right, then Crossref has much more than Web of Science and Scopus has. Crossref has 46% of this over 2,200 African journals indexed in it. This is what we have. It means that the discoverability or visibility of many African journals is not known. It's not known. I can mention a journal in your area and say, well, I've never heard about that before. And that journal may be produced in your backyard. All right? And the other thing is that the other thing is that many African journals, or even most of them, are not competitive globally. That is a fact we know. All right? They're not. And what happens is that many African scientists want to publish, they fall a victim of the predatory journals from China, from India, from different places. And when you have that, a journal where the editor-in-chief is the husband, the second editor is the wife, the chief reviewer is the wife, the second reviewer is the husband. They wake up in the morning, they make a decision, and they tell you, pay $200, then you pay. And you are there, you're shouting, my paper has been accepted. But you see, those are commercial predatories. So, many of the things Africans complain about African journals are poor quality, peer review, transparent process is not clear, easy and simple processes, they are difficult. Many of them are difficult if you want to submit, if you want to publish. So many of these are missing. Many of these are missing. Poor communication, long peer review processes, and so on. How do we get to know that? This year, we developed our program from January to June. We looked at journal publishing across different disciplines in Africa. And this was the same story. This was the same story that occurred. All right. So ASFI is excellence. ASFI goes for quality. ASFI goes for impact. That is what we preach. And discovering the loophole that is there in the publishing landscape in Africa, we think that with the movement we have instituted, with the motivation we have, with the experience we have generated, we can contribute to this space. And in what way? We think we can set up a system that is excellent. At least you can see what is happening in the ASFI Scholar. You can see what is happening in the conference we have here. So I believe together we can set up an excellent publishing platform that has quality, that has impact, can beat the problem of time. Some peer reviews in some African journals, some say it can take up to a year. Nope, it cannot. We cannot allow that. We can beat the problem of time. We make it open access, make it transparent, we make it affordable. We make it affordable for the African scholar. This is what we're aiming here. All right. So we want to develop a website to publish our papers that are simple, accessible, easy to navigate, clear, colorful, appealing, contemporary, African, and then of course, ASFI-ish. It carries our spirit into the system. We publish different types of articles. We want to add some colors to this. For instance, inside our papers, for instance, that you have, for instance, a problem, in your area, maybe in your country. What are the issues disturbing African scientists? What are the challenges you're facing? You can share your insights so that we can learn from that. Field story, observation you made in your lab or in the field that are unique, you can bring them, and then so on and so forth. We'll have learning corner, you can publish your data, and different types of publications can be had here. It's not only a place to publish. We think that we can create a system that you can publish with impact and publish with a story. What it means is that beyond just publishing your paper, we want to make sure that it is visible. All right? We'll create our social media platforms where your papers published can be known by you. You can use it, spread the news around. All right? We also will have a system where we have excellent papers. We invite the authors to produce 3 minutes description podcast, or we have what is called video abstract. For excellent papers, the authors can present the abstract in a video form so that your paper is published, and then alongside you will have a video description. This is a way to increase visibility and the impact the papers make. So it's a big dream we have, and then we'll have other places within the website, careers, resources, and then of course create a place for the ASFI members. The editors, you may ask, it will be you. The reviewers will be you. It's a journal not only focusing on publishing, but also as a means for capacity building. You can through here grow up to know how to review a paper. You can go here through to know how to become an editor. All right? So you want to recruit Africans, want to recruit you, want to recruit ASFI members and guide them through this process, because that is what we actually need. All right, we have 4 minutes. Let me just give that to Michael. Is Michael here? Michael, can you raise your hand so that I can unmute you? Michael can just quickly show us in the next 2 minutes or so what the system is looking like. Michael, are you here? Can you raise your hand so that I can see you and unmute you? Michael, you can share your screen, please. Yes. Yeah, I see you. Please share your screen and just quickly let us know what you are up to.
Okay, please confirm if you can see my screen.
Yeah, I can see your screen now.
Okay.
But your volume is not very good, Michael. All right, go ahead, Michael. We don't have much time actually. Are you there, Michael? If you can't speak, please just use your mouse to take us through those features so that we see what is there. Use your mic and just do that. All right, so you can see what is on the screen there. Is Michael muted again? All right, okay, let me unmute him. You can unmute.
All right, sorry. Can you hear me very well now?
Yes, please.
Okay, so this is the landing page for ASFI Research Journal. And on the menu bar, see the links to the browser streams before it goes and interact with people now on the website. So here we have some manuscripts. If you have an account, you have to submit some manuscripts to the cloud. But for now, we don't have that function yet, so I just put about the website on channel. So yeah, ASFI Research Journals rapid and transparent publishing. And on the right hand side here, we have the abstract of the ASFI YouTube channel that's bright about research. So we watch what the abstract of the channel. So then following it, we have the set event going on. And the set event that's currently going on is ASFI change rate to virtual disciplinary complex. So as well, you start with the abstract stage, which is the event that's happening for everyone as well. As well, so we have that. So we have all these as well. Then following up on the another page, we have the issue that when you publish a journal, when you publish your manuscript and it gets to the platform, we have them over it. So they come in as recent articles, and then everyone can see your work. Everyone looks your work. See the session, the research article, the names of people that were involved in your.
Michael, you have 20 seconds before I stop you. Just
so they move down and then publish this. All right. Then we go to the browser sheets page. We have the browser sheets. Yeah, so for reviewers, that for reviewers there, and then here we have the reviewer guidelines so you can check out the guidelines for reviewers. Then we have the mix that it's the platform, the price for that platform. So if you want to click it on the platform, go to this the enterprise the app check.
all right. Thank you very much, Michael. My time is up. So colleagues, that is what we are doing, and I think I will end by saying, let's give a thumbs up for this. If you like it, just give a thumbs up. Give a thumbs up. We will be coming back to you at the end of the year to showcase where we have come through. All right. Jerry, who do I hand over to, please? I'm done. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Doug. We do appreciate this wonderful project for a journal. This is a laudable project. All right, we are just going to kickstart to move into the next session of the program we have. Dr. Hamidu, I'm not sure I can get him here. So I think we just need to continue with what we have this morning. All right. Up next is a keynote speech, which is the third keynote speech, which will be anchored by Professor Jim Kewer. The title is Understanding Social Cultural Context in African Research. just recitation, Prof. Can we have his can we have that in just before you project that? I need to announce that all group leaders should send the name of their members to Dr. Emma's email address, or I'm going to drop my own as well. If anybody could do that, I would be glad, so that we need the group members of each of the groups. And this is very important. So all group head, please ensure you drop that while I'm talking to you to an email address, or the same email you sent the proposal. We need the list, the complete list of those that participated. Only those that participated, we need that list. Thank you so much. So I read
Hamidu is in here.
Fantastic, fantastic. Hamidu, please, you could take the lead.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope we are really enjoying what has taken place with the ASFI Research Journal. Once again, good morning, and then we are now going to another keynote address by Professor James Kiwiri. Now, I'm very honored to introduce the professor, and it's really a very big privilege. I want us to understand that Professor is going to talk to us about understanding the sociocultural context in African research. Basically, we have to know that Professor Kerry joined the African Leadership Center, Nairobi, Kenya, in October 2016 as a research leader. He currently there for the Central African Hub of African Leadership Center. Professor is a visiting professor of conflict prevention and regional integration at the Institute for Governance, Humanities and Social Science of the Pan-African University, African Union, hosted at the University of Yaoundé, South Cameroon, and is the president of
Lock the door, please.
Thank you very much for that explanation. Network problem. He's, as I was saying, the president of the Building Lives.
Hamidu, we don't actually hear you. Jerry, can you take over, because it seems Hamidu is having
Am I audible now?
Okay,
yeah.
the network.
Yeah. So thank you very much. He's been a visiting senior research fellow as part of the practice of senior research fellow as part of the practice.
Jerry, I think you can do this. Hamidu has issues with his network. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I think he has issued network. Okay, let me just quickly browse through that. Okay. I think it's in line 2. He's also a visiting scholar or professor of conflict prevention and regional integration at the Institute for Governance, Humanities and Social Sciences of the Pan-African University, African Union, hosted at the University of Yaoundé, Seoul, Cameroon, and president of Rebuilding Life, a humanitarian organization. He has been visiting senior lecturer, senior research fellow, as part of the practice of leadership program with the African Leadership Center at the Faculty of Social Science and Public Policy, King's College, London. He has served as a reviewer for several international journals and led several innovative research projects around specific prevention. He holds a master's in peace and reconciliation studies from the Center of Peace and Reconciliation Studies in Coventry University, United Kingdom, and a PhD in Political Science from the University of Yaoundé, Tuso. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to introduce to you Professor James Kever, speaking to us this morning, understanding socio-cultural context in African research. Prof, you have the stage.
Thank you very much, Jerry and Amidou, for that really wonderful introduction. I'm going to try to do justice to such an introduction, but I should first of all say that I am truly honored to actually be part of you today. It is even greater than what I experienced last year, and I thought it couldn't be better last year, but I've seen better this year. So I really, really want to thank the ASFI management for extending an invitation to me to deliver this address that is entitled Understanding Sociocultural Context in African Research on the occasion of the ASFI 2023 Virtual Conference and Bootcamp on the theme Research for Africa's Transformation Challenges and Impact. Good morning to everyone. I'm excited to have a chance to speak here because this conference touches on a lot of things that I think a lot about and I think are incredibly important. The subject of my keynote address, Understanding Sociocultural Context in African Research, is one of those things which I believe we need to pay more attention to. I therefore thank Prof. Bright Mwaru and his wonderful team at ASFI for the opportunity to present this keynote. As an introduction, I would say that research on and in Africa has often been taken into account, has often not taken into account its sociocultural context. This, however, is not uncommon as philosophical and sociological views of scientific research have established a dichotomy between rational and sociocultural aspects of research. And in very extreme situations, this means that you are either doing one or actually doing the other, or you are for one or the other. Both aspects can, however, be considered complementary. Scientific research uses information that is derived not only from phenomena, but also from the sociocultural context in which it is carried out. Considering sociocultural context is important for any scientific research project. This explains why scholars such as Adeline Levine and Murray Levine have concluded that research reports are cultural artifacts shaped by social forces. In spite of this, the sociocultural context in which research is carried out in Africa is little understood and often not considered when designing research projects. Africa's sociocultural context includes the pre-colonial, the colonial history, and varied political systems of governance that we see on the continent, as well as the very diverse cultures that we equally have on the continent, but not least also the rapidly growing population and the disease that we actually have been encountering on the continent. Africa equally has what we can describe as a triple heritage. We have indigenous people, we have Islamic communities, we have European settlers. That defines these diverse social, political, and economic systems that we find on the continent. Now, I am going to articulate this keynote around two main things. The first is that I would want to explicate clearly what we have from what I have mentioned as this dichotomy, the traditional view of scientific research, and then I want to look at the place of assumptions, values, and interest in research, which is actually one of the things that we need to understand in order to be clear about how research interacts with the sociocultural context in Africa. So what do we actually consider as the traditional view of scientific research? Logical empiricism has it that the production of scientific information should not be subject to any cultural bias. You should carry out your scientific investigation without letting your cultural, your cultural background and your and environment affect that research or its results. When conducting scientific research, scientists take a series of cognitive, rational steps to access and work on objective information. In this view, therefore, social influence is considered detrimental to scientific research. In his meditations on first philosophy, for example, René Descartes argues or contends that that common sense knowledge or groundless assumptions taught through socialization is an obstacle to legitimate method of establishing or creating knowledge. In the traditional view of research, therefore, scientific research procedures should be completely rational and hence filter out the influence of subjective considerations such as values and interest of society or culture. The model that is propounded by this view is therefore one in which you can actually start by looking at existing findings. Then from those existing findings, you can devise, you can build, you can construct a theory or hypothesis, and then you can actually test your hypothesis. You can demonstrate the theory after testing the hypothesis, and if you do that, you move on to disseminate the results of your findings, and this leads usually to what the society would do, which would be whether they are accepting your theory or not, and then this fits back into the research process. This is what we are referring to as a traditional view of research. In spite of this, what we see is that it is not as clear-cut as it seems. It's not as mechanical, if I should put it that way, as it seems, because assumptions, values, and interests, or to put it more clearly, the sociocultural context actually matters and impacts research in ways that have been underestimated by the traditional school. And so what then do we make of this? We can say that assumptions are considerations for interests and values that exist outside the direct observations of a phenomenon that one is investigating. Assumptions, values, and interests influence many of the researcher's decisions throughout the research process. The subjective content helps the researcher to choose a phenomenon and hypothesis to study. So it is not necessarily because something imposes itself because of that we actually study it. It is also because of our subjective interest that we decide to actually study something and not another. How to implement a test and test a hypothesis and how to interpret data are all influenced by subjective considerations. Assumptions have an influence over the choice of phenomenon and hypothesis because nothing in the existing findings themselves will determine what kind of project will best serve the researcher's interest. Now we can actually identify three main points around which to articulate this, and these points point to actually what the socio-cultural context is in Africa and why it must be taken into consideration. The first point is professional advancement. On the continent, what we actually see is that there are a lot of interest in professional advancement in research institutions. The prospects of obtaining future research opportunities for the individual researcher can influence their design and execution of a project. And of course, this is very, very real in the African setting. Many engage in, we were talking earlier about the journal that is being operationalized, and people are going to actually submit articles to this journal, not really because they want to advance science. Some would do, yes, but we also have others who are going to submit because they need their articles to be published so that they can advance in their professional careers. We have people who would publish sometimes just because they actually need to actually fulfill a professional criteria. And so this affects the research they do. They can also be doing it on a particular subject because they are seeking a job in a particular field of research on the continent. The second factor that influences research a lot on the continent is funding. We actually have a serious problem, a serious challenge, I should say, with funding research on the continent. Very few outside of South Africa and a few countries from Northern Africa, there is very limited funding for research on the continent by governments and by other organizations. Very, very limited. The little that is even available is always very insufficient and difficult to actually use in ways that would actually ensure research, robust research, the kind of robust research or data collection for research that we need to have very reliable results, is carried out. So without funding, what does it mean? We have seen in many universities across the continent that students tend to rely on Google to actually carry out their research. This is because of the environment, the context in which they find themselves. So they get whatever they can get on Google, and then they find ways to put it together, and then they are defending a thesis or a dissertation. This is something that actually needs to change. We need to see more funding for research on the continent, and it's only when we have enough funding that we can actually see Africa producing the research of a value and quality that would actually impact our own very situations on the continent. The last point is the implications of the research. Researchers have a vested interest in the implications of their results on the continent. They are influenced by what the research might motivate people to do, what they think is the most desirable outcome, and how the knowledge that they will generate is going to reflect on their personal values and assumptions associated with the phenomenon that they are studying itself. So when you're carrying out research on the continent, because of this context, as we have said, marked by a pre-colonial past, and now different systems, including dictatorships and among others, a researcher cannot carry out their work without taking this context into consideration. And so what happens? The researcher actually worries about what it is that is going to be how their research is going to be seen. If you carry out a study and then you have to become a refugee as a result of that research, what would you carry on with it? Would you even venture into research? And when we look at all of these considerations, we actually then begin to realize that in order to actually be competitive as far as research is concerned, these issues about our sociocultural context need to be addressed. The sociocultural context in Africa at the moment is not one that actually is very enabling for research, I should say. There is a lot that has to be done in order to improve the sociocultural context. We have to develop more understanding of research and its purposes. Government officials need to understand that research, the purpose of research, when it's applied research, is to actually contribute to the advancement of society. And so when a study, these findings are not favorable in terms of qualitative research, for instance, to the policy of the day, it shouldn't mean that the researcher or the person that has produced it is an opponent to the regime of the day, but that they are pointing us to a direction that we have probably missed, and which is actually going to help the government deliver better for their society. The same thing can be said of the natural sciences. Without taking the sociocultural context into consideration, we miss out on a lot of things because a lot of, as we know, a lot of studies were carried out on populations that are very different from those that we have on the continent. And so there are symptoms of certain disease, for instance, that are not very apparent when you have somebody with darker skin. And so research needs to actually be funded, and to ensure that we actually have the nuances that enable clinicians to identify this kind of symptoms in people of darker color, in people who are not of the same complexion as the areas in which certain studies regarding particular disease have been carried out. This, of course, equally goes to say that for non-Africans carrying out research in Africa, missing out on the socio-cultural context is something that can actually affect significantly the result or outcome of that research. And this is often really missed. Many have tried to carry out a study and then been unsuccessful because they do not understand how research is perceived on the continent, and so have resorted, from my experience, into sort of, I always call it panabiting or fixing, the data, which is a kind of, I can say, frauding the data, right? You're fixing the data or fabricating the data, which doesn't actually reflect the reality. So, for instance, we've seen a lot of studies carried out by non-Africans on how to improve the economic situation on the continent that has not delivered on advancing African economies. This can partly be explained by the detachment of those who carry out this research from the socio-cultural context that we actually have in Africa. So I want to say that the socio-cultural context from this is something that definitely needs to be further examined and understood. And once that is done, we then have a model of research which is not limited to the different steps that I have actually outlined under the traditional view. In this case, we will then see that we can have a model that integrates societal interests, values, and assumptions, and how these impact on findings, how these impact even on the choice of hypotheses that we actually set out to investigate or questions. And then this goes back into the normal channel. And of course, last but not the least, I should reiterate that it is not because of the consideration of these sociocultural factors that our research is going to actually lose any value, but rather because of their consideration that we are more likely to carry out the kind of research that effectively affects the situation on the continent, or produces the desired results, which are results that are reliable and that can actually be used to transform societies on the continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Doc, for that wonderful presentation. Amidu, I don't know if you're here. Thank you so much, Prof. That was profound to hear your submission, understanding social cultural context in African research. I listened with rapt attention, but before I made some few submission, I guess I need to ask for people who have some question. All right, just a minute. People who have question. I think Hamidu is trying to raise his hand up so that.
Oh, thank you very much, Professor. Quickly, since other people want to talk, in summary, I'm interested in the differential between traditional form of research and then the cultural, the subjective content of research influencing the choice of hypothesis, the study method, and all the other process of research process. Now, Prof asked some basic questions, and I will want all of us to take these questions along with us. What is the sociocultural context of research within your own context, within your own area? And then what is the nature of funding within those areas, nature of funding opportunities? And then he now also talked about the implications of those research. And that is why, for example, all over the place, we see a lot of research has taken place, but then there is no motivation for putting those research into action. And as such, most at times it ends up into having a problem of fraud, as what Prof called it, fraud in data manipulation and the rest of them. So this is just a recap, a little recap of what Prof says. And then I want us to understand that those basic assumptions that culturally has effect on us, and then the subjective nature of research really matters. But how at the end, what Prof is saying is that how do you manipulate ourselves out of this quagmire? I now hand you back to Jerry for more input. Thank you, Prof. Once again, on behalf of the organizers of this conference. It's really a very thought-provoking presentation. Thank you, Prof. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Yes, yeah. So please, I want to ask the audience, do we have anyone who want to ask a question? Do we have a question for Prof? Because I'm not seeing anyone drop at the chat box. So is there anybody, you could just raise your hand, then we could ask that. Also, just to act part of the reflection, Prof submitted that every research must solve a given problem. And these problems must be contextualized in this context to Africa. Research carried out in African continent can only be relevant when researchers reflect the social cultural flavor of Africa. And that is what that is a very great submission by Prof. So all our research that we want to do must be contextualized to Africa. Put the African flavor, our social cultural flavor must be seen glaringly. We have many scholars in US, in UK, who are writing about Africa. They are living in UK, but they're writing about Africa. That research is not relevant to us because it has not contextualized what we're supposed to do here. So, Prof, that is quite profound. That is quite profound, Professor James. Do we have questions, please? I'm waiting to attend questions so that before Prof, because I'm sure Prof is very busy. Let's try and get some questions before he. Okay, I think we don't have question from the way I can see things. It means that we have all understood what Prof said. All right. Me, I will ask you people a question. If you won't ask, I'm going to ask you. I'm going to, not Prof. I'm not saying you, I mean the audience who are listening. Okay, Prof mentioned some certain factors that are important in African sociocultural context, in African research. Can I see you list some of those factors? I can mention one, funding. That is number 2. What was number 1 and what was his number 3? Number 2 is funding. What was number 1? He mentioned that and even gave some examples on those things. Can I have that in the chat box? Let me be sure. Let me engage you. Can I have the chat box? Let me see how many people can be able to remember that. I haven't seen any response yet. Are we? I'm waiting. Wow.
Jerry, while we wait for reactions,
Yes, sir.
and I want to probably take it a little further to give some of these some very interesting other examples, which
Okay.
to leave out for interaction,
Okay.
I haven't mentioned. You know, one very interesting phenomenon that we are observing now is how religious beliefs, for instance, are trump research, outcomes in Africa. If you carry out a study that doesn't tie with, um, religious beliefs of people in certain parts of Africa, it actually is highly unlikely that your research will be welcome. And so this is also one of the reasons why we actually see people sort of fixing their research results because they don't want it to be seen as abusive to certain religious groups on the continent. It's quite a challenging and growing factor. The people also want to some in a very extreme way case, not the majority, but it's a significant number, uh, think that problems are resolved using prayer or magic and not research. So if you have a serious problem of poverty, it might be perceived as a curse from God and not something that can be addressed by actually carrying out research on how you actually undo the poverty. And so what you need to do is for your sins to be forgiven as a community, and then you will get out of poverty. So these are real social issues that are affecting research and that undermine the production of quality research on the continent that we really need to actually engage with. I'm not anti-religious, but it's very important to point out that religion has its role to play and research has its role to play. And certain problems are better addressed when research is carried out.
That's right.
If research is not carried out and we sort of rely on prayer to resolve them, they keep staring at us like we have actually seen people praying to get out of poverty and
That's right.
probably end their lives still in poverty. In the
That's
same
right.
way, going to a magician or a marabout, depending on where we are, they are called differently, to actually bring a change in our community might actually see the most interesting incantations carried out, but then we might still find ourselves in that situation for a very long time. And these are some of the things that we actually see on the continent. And it's one of the reasons why I really want to say a big thank you again to ASFI for what ASFI is doing. Like I said, last year, the attendance was not as great as this year. I did pop into some of the sessions yesterday, and it's been really impressive to actually see what is going on, to see how Africans are leading change as far as science and research is concerned on the continent. And we really want to be with ASFI and to support that process. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you so much, Prof. We wanted to take more questions, but we're against time. I want to invite Professor Bryce to do the appreciation before we take the next keynotes.
All right. Thank you very much, Jerry and Hamidi, for moderating this session. And many thanks, Prof. James Kiwir. It's a pleasure to always listen to you. And not just that, that whenever we call on you, you never hesitate, you come to join us. I mean, you have talked about very important and fundamental issues here. And that is the fact that many times, even the research product is a reflection of our assumptions. So we go into research with assumptions, and that can affect when you do research in culturally sensitive areas. It's good to go and discover with an open mind. So this is very important for every one of us, whether you're coming from Europe or whether you're in Africa, doing it in Africa. Culture is very important, to respect it from our mindset. And then when we go into the field, we'll be able to uncover certain things that we initially didn't know. So I'm very grateful for having you, Prof, this morning, joining us and to contribute to this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Wright. It's really been a pleasure to join you. And I want to thank the wonderful audience for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Edna?
Hello.
Hello, Edna. You can mute yourself.
Yes, already unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, yeah, just a bit louder.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can.
Okay, okay. May I have the profile there for Professor Alina, please? So thank you everyone for your attention and being here. Our next session, our next keynote speech is on the role of government and NGOs in research development. And Professor Alina Segovia is going to deliver the keynote speech to us. Professor Segovia is an extraordinary professor at Northwest University and research scholar at the African Features Institute in South Africa. She was the former Dean of Faculty, Human Science at the Namibia University of Science and Technology. She is a fellow of the African Academy of Science and serves on the African Union Commission's Champion for Arts, Culture and Heritage panel of experts. She earned both MPhil and PhD from the University of Cambridge, UK in archaeology. Thereafter, she has had several research fellowships, including visiting scholar at Humanities Research Centre, University of Canberra, Smuts Fund Visiting Research Fellow at the Department of Archaeology, University of Cambridge, Fellow of Wolfson College, University of Cambridge, Senior Research Fellow at the University of Bradford, UK, Visiting Scholar, Mellon Foundation Research Grant, Stanford University, US, Senior Research Fellow, University of South Africa, Honorary Associate Professor at Thabo Mbeki Leadership Institute, University of South Africa, Fulbright Scholarship, Senior Research Fellow at Sociology Department and Center for African Studies, UC Berkeley in the US, and currently Associate Senior Researcher, African Features Institute, Pretoria, South Africa. She has served as the Deputy Executive Director, Research Human Science Research Council, Pretoria, South Africa, Senior Consultant, African Comprehensive Partnership for HIV/AIDS, Senior Lecturer and Associate Professor at University of Botswana, Vice President and President, Pan-African Association of Archaeology and Related Studies, Deputy Chairperson, Delta's Program Selection Committee, African Academy of Science 2020, member of the African Union Champions Task Group on Art, Culture and Heritage, Chairperson Program Committee, African Academy of Science. Currently, she serves in the board of several national, continental, and international organizations. She is also in the editorial board of several journals in her area of research interest. She has teaching, research, and consultants experience in African studies, including on archaeology, culture and heritage management, HIV/AIDS, gender and development. She has authored several essay and book chapters on African development. Since 2021, she serves as the chairperson of Science for African Foundation. Dear ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Professor Alina Segobe. Welcome, Professor.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you for the very warm introduction. Makes me feel a bit like an imposter, but there we are. Thank you to the organizers for this wonderful session. I apologize because I've not been able to join the discussions for the last 2 days. I was in another conference elsewhere, so I was physically traveling, so I could not join. Be it as it may, I'm grateful for this topic, especially because it speaks to a lot of what is at I think close to my heart as a researcher and as I'd say research manager or leader. Yeah, where to start? I think my bio has just been read. Maybe highlight some of those areas that are close to what I do, what I've done, and where I see the intersections between government, especially government on the continent of Africa, and also of non-state actors, so what we call NGOs and POs and civic society, but also importantly of private sectors across the continent. And I think my presentation or speech will reflect on those intersections. I think where we are right now, which is an exciting moment for the African continent, is an area where many of us in the academy who are sort of the more senior practitioners find as a moment of excitement, and perhaps sometimes some may see it as a moment of anticipation in terms of where we are going to and where we're coming from in respect to science, society, and policy issues. Maybe to start unpacking some of the concepts of the issue of government. I think most times when we speak of government, people talk about state and state apparatuses in terms of those who are in office, in this instance, political office leaders who are elected via democratic election processes, and then discharge the functions of government. But I think others would also see government as, of course, much more inclusive of all actors, including non-state actors. And this includes the private sector, civic society, and oftentimes what we call NGOs. And I think in my view, NGOs should be also unpacked a little bit further to speak to all actors in that rubric, which may include, for example, community-based organizations and actors, religious and non-religious or traditional and otherwise belief systems in informed organizations, what oftentimes is called faith-based organizations. And also, of course, the international arena, which has international development partners, or what has traditionally, conventionally been called donor partners. So all of these actors are critical in when we look at the issue of government and civic society interactions, especially when you come from the point of research. Likewise, the concept of research, I'm sure you've discussed in the last 2 days, what is the meaning of research, its breadth, depth, etc. But from where I'm contextualizing it, research for me will speak to the very basic work that is done, whether at individual, community, or research organization, institutional level, including, of course, broadly what government would do in terms of enabling there to be knowledge resources that will be utilized in the course of development. So research, whether it's basic, applied, blue sky, whatever form, shape, is critical to the conversation we're having, because the sole purpose of having that knowledge or information and data sets is so that they can become usable products in solving societal problems. And these may be development challenges. And I think across the continent of Africa, we are familiar with our broad range of issues that face us in terms of development. So for me, in this case, the issue of the nexus or the interface between government and research and non-government organization will principally be framed around this issue of what is the role of all actors, including NGOs, in discharging this research mandate. And I think critically, the question is, why should there be a responsibility or a relationship? And I think it is important that, as I said earlier, we are looking at why. The why is that research is meant to address critical problems that are there in society and deliver solutions as they may be seen. However, oftentimes the question is, what solutions would then be needed in that respect, and what are the deliverables? And of course, most times you're looking at products or tangible products. In this instance, most of us will see this research products as, for example, publications from scholarly works, patents and other such products, or oftentimes the industrial products of what would have been the process of developing something tangible like products. But importantly too are the knowledge products, which are the intangibles that may be there, that may reside in I'd say conventional forms. And this is where I'm coming from in terms of why it is important that not-for-profit organizations have a relationship with government in the landscape or ecosystem of research. And in this regard, you find that oftentimes it's the most vulnerable of our community society that oftentimes need this relationship to be there. Now, first and foremost, from the topic that I was given, looking at this role of government, I think government is critical, and I think most likely it has been touched on. Government, in whatever form or shapes, first responsibility is to create the enabling environment, and then to provide the leadership that will then make sure that enabling environment is resourced. So the enabling environment, in the main, we're looking at the legal frameworks or the legislative tools that would be there through acts of parliament and any other enacted bodies of legislation that will ensure that doing research is got all the right regulatory and platforms. But secondly, of course, it has to happen in an organized manner. In this regard, oftentimes we rely on planning systems. Most of our countries are going to have plans which are 5-year plans, development plans, annual plans, that are going to ensure that the course of the development of research and its products is happening in a context, which context is driven or informed by resources. And in this regard, government also will have that critical responsibility of ensuring that there are resources. In the main, 3 kinds of resources are critical. This is going to be your financial resources, and then your human capital resources, what you call human capital, resources. The third one, of course, is going to be the infrastructure. And I think across the African continent, most of us are aware of perhaps this deficit that has been highlighted over the last couple of decades post-independence in terms of our institutional infrastructural resources. Most institutions that do research, most likely higher education institutions, including research councils, oftentimes face a huge challenge in terms of having the right infrastructure that will enable scientists or researchers to do the work they need to do to deliver the products they need to do or that they really want to do. So it has become very critical that as we look at this nexus of the availability of resources, we also critique what is it that should be the right and appropriate infrastructure that is in this environment that will ensure that our best researchers get the best resources, ensure that their best ideas come to the best products that can meet the needs of society. And I think looking at, for example, the just recently hugely global challenges, the COVID pandemic and an ongoing, of course, climate crisis, we realize that across the continent of Africa, we do have challenges in those two. With the COVID pandemic, for example, one of the biggest lessons that we learned was that our health systems were not fit for purpose in terms of producing the timely results to ensure that whether it is access to prevention or treatment or any other knowledge, information was available for the citizenry of the continent. So our eyes, of course, as usual, turned to the Western world to look for support in terms of monetary or otherwise technical expertise, scientific expertise. However, We also learned very big lessons during the pandemic, and that was amongst the most critical, was that actually most of our research infrastructure across the continent, despite having limitations, actually had the potential and capital, human resource and otherwise, to deliver on some of the most basic. And that comes to the issue of innovation. A lot of the innovation that was done was very basic, but delivered what was needed, whether it was in the form of ensuring the safeguarding of communities at household level, at individual level, but also in terms of ensuring the sharing and caring at the spirit that was necessary to ensure the protection of communities where such measures were necessary. In respect to the enabling infrastructure, we also see this critical importance of not only having the infrastructure insofar as we're looking at buildings and other such technology-driven products that should be there to drive the research, but also I'll say the architecture of the systems and processes that ensure that research takes place, not only in state, but interstate and intrastate. In other words, we've seen more recently with the, I'd say, growing partnerships that are coming in between states, across our states, the development of tools and systems that ensure that we are not only working in state, but also across our states, whether it's through the mechanisms of the regional economic communities, the RECs, or also through other kinds of partnerships and conglomerates that are there across the continent. And here one can cite the example of what has become very critical as the academies of sciences across the African continent. There are the national academies and there are the regional academies, and of course the African Academy of Sciences, which have created the platforms to ensure that cooperation for research can be done across the borders of nation states. In terms of the financial resources, we've seen government commitments across the continent also not meet what would be the current, I'd say, goal settings that have been done. In many instances, we hope that we would get to a 1% of the GDP of countries as the research spend. Unfortunately, most countries across the continent, perhaps even globally, have not been able to make that mark. So the question is, where and how do we get the extra resourcing for research? And this is where the private sector becomes a key partner in terms of the research ecosystem. However, I believe that we also should not undermine the capacity of the not-for-profit sector, in this case, civic society, institutions, which also are in this triangle of relationships of government, non-state actors, and private sectors, because therein lies the critical resource, the human capital, where research gets done, where research products can also be oftentimes tested. We know, for example, that with clinical science research, most trials are done on populations across our communities. Oftentimes, well, increasingly so, this is done with their consent, but in the past, as you know, the history of a continent, most of this early research was done without the consent of communities or individuals. But now increasingly with the, I'd say, more ethical approach to scientific research, we're seeing the engagement with communities being a partnership for co-production of knowledge and knowledge products. So in this regard, civic society and the organizational structures, whether it's CBOs, FBOs that govern them, are critical for ensuring that the people who are going to be part and parcel of research are also key in the decision making. And these are some of the lessons we've learned again through our crises, for example, the HIV/AIDS pandemic and the malaria, of course, challenges in malaria that are ongoing. The clinical trials, the search for treatment, the search for cures, oftentimes had to lead to uncomfortable issues, especially in the biomedical fields, in terms of the ethics of doing scientific research, where people had to consent doing perhaps research that is done on their bodies, oftentimes putting them at great risk, whether it was physiological or otherwise, they're standing in society. So we've seen great leaps and bounds in terms of the development of the protocols, the means through which people engage in terms of research ecosystems to ensure that communities are able and individuals to take full ownership and be co-producers of knowledge in a truly meaningful way. Now, we also have seen the increased diversification of roles at government level in terms of where and how the enabling environment decision-making happens. As I said earlier, critically is the legislation, the plans, the policy frameworks, the implementation plans, and that are critical. But we've also seen in terms of government, I'd say the ecosystem of government, also the diversification, where in the traditional governance systems, government would be all those government departments through ministries, departments that did the work. Increasingly, we see government devolving some of that responsibility to other entities. I, for example, now sit in a state-owned enterprise that is charged with doing policy advisory and research for human capital development in Botswana. Previously, I've worked in similar kind of organization in South Africa, the Human Science Research Council, which also had the similar mandate of advising government on policy areas around human social development issues and also public health. So we see this devolution, which is decentralization, which is critical to an enabling environment that governments also have done to make sure that whatever is being done in terms of research, the governance structures enable there to be mechanisms that cascade more towards an inclusive approach as opposed to the traditional hierarchical approach where government is a know-it-all and there's a bottom-up, rather there's a top-down trickling of information and resources. Now we see a much more, I'd say, decentralized, but also a bottom-up or middle-up, a much more flattened structure of government approach to how we do this. This has been very important in the course of the development of the science research landscape across the continent. And I'm speaking very generally, I must say, because time will not permit me to go into greater detail in here. But I'm more than happy to continue engaging afterwards around some of these issues. But we've seen government across the continent be in a position to decentralize and give more decision-making and authority over research to not only SOEs, but to privately run think tanks, institutional mechanisms, including individuals who become key thought leaders in society. We've also seen the development of much more active participation of philanthropic organizations, including, of course, the non-state actors of an international kind. We've seen international philanthropic organizations become more active in engaging even to community-based research across our societies. And one such example has been in the tackling of the malaria and Ebola challenges that have plagued the continent. We've seen a much more inclusive approach to ensuring that even the accountability for resources, finances especially, it's much more in, I would say, participatory in how the planning, the resource distribution, accounting for such resources has been, which has been quite an exciting development given the traditional mechanisms that maybe were perhaps known to government throughout our continent. We've also seen a convergence of roles where even in terms of the, I'd say, the legislative decision-making, there's been much more participatory approach. And an area that one can cite is in the manner, especially during the HIV pandemic, where government was much more receptive to embracing non-traditional mechanisms of, I'd say, scientific exploration and scientific partnerships. If one looks at the 2000s, or the decade of the 2000s, at the height of the HIV pandemic, it was quite clear that solutions which in the past and traditionally had been bestowed upon, for example, biomedical experts, were now much more accepted to be also finding solutions emerging from communities. And this came in the form of, for example, exploration of traditional medical resources and knowledge, the more inclusive approach towards the caretaking and the comprehensive care and support for communities or with communities in respect to prevention, treatment, and care in HIV/AIDS. And this has led to a huge multiplication of innovations that have emerged since not only innovations in terms of medical know-how and technologies, but also systems and processes that have strengthened our health systems insofar as giving care and support in communities. And this was critical. I believe there's literature to support this too, when we now came to the COVID pandemic, in that we did not really need to invent the wheel insofar as what kind of institutional care support systems need to happen. Some of those gaps that were experienced in the HIV, at the height of the HIV pandemic, were at least mitigated when we came to the COVID pandemic. And one key area that is perhaps worth highlighting is the protection of women and girls in terms of their vulnerability in a household and community-based spaces. With the pandemic, it was quite clear that HIV pandemic, the burden of care and support fell on women and children in communities. And this had a huge impact on, for example, education for the girl child. With interventions and programmatic interventions across the last 2 decades, we've seen a huge improvement in keeping young girls in school, ensuring that they become better enabled, and with life skills and other resources, we're able to see through their training and are now much better actors in society in terms of becoming, household support systems, better income, etc., etc. Now, with the COVID pandemic, short-lived as it was, we are aware of the decimating impact it had also on households in this respect. But because we already had foreknowledge of what would have happened at the beginning of the HIV pandemic, it was much, much better in respect to protecting the most vulnerable in society, including young girls. It did not stop all the atrocities that might have happened, but it did go a long way. So in other words, these learned experiences from communities were critical in shaping policy, that the uptake of which government has utilized in government policy decision-making and implementation, which is where this nexus that I spoke to earlier is critical. Now, coming to this issue of how is it and why is it critical that government continues to embrace a role for non-state actors, not-for-profit organizations in decision making. It is critical because I think all of us would say without thinking twice that it's critical that as citizens, whether we are citizens who are the leadership of science or citizens who are leadership in communities or citizens who are in any standing at all in society, it's critical that government sees a level of ownership that goes beyond just the electoral process in society. So it is in this regard that communities become critical and NPOs become critical in ensuring that there's evidence-based policy making. And that evidence comes principally from research. That research, as I said, comes principally from communities. We as scientists can only do so much to ensure that when we say there's informed development processes, we've got the right research instruments that are quality assured. We've got the right advisory and knowledge from science that is well informed and tested, that can then be given to government to ensure that those decisions are owned throughout. So in other words, the democratization of the spaces for science that we oversee also must be known to and owned by the communities from whom such knowledge is coming from. And that is where this nexus is critical for me. I'll just give an example of some of the initiatives that have been done, which were highlighted earlier. As a fellow of the African Academy of Sciences and as someone who's been in the governance structures of the AAS, it's become quite clear that, for example, across the African continent, we create the environment that supports research scientists and all the, I'd say, diverse infrastructure, including resources that they work with. What we've learned, including now as an active member of the Science Foundation for Africa, what we've learned is that the continent has great talent in terms of scientific capabilities and leadership. What oftentimes we're lacking were those institutional resources, infrastructure, human capital, and finances to drive those ideas to realization. with smart partnerships that have been enabled by independent international financing agencies. In this instance, we look at, for example, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Wellcome Trust, Carnegie Foundation, among others. Scientists across the continent have been able to do some of the most cutting-edge research in and with communities, and have been able to deliver some of the most impactful solutions for some of the most challenging development issues, especially in the area of public health. And these are critical in ensuring that the future of our societies can be safeguarded through homegrown research, know-how, and technologies. If one looks at the recent developments in the area of malaria treatment, the search for a cure in malaria treatment has become much more, I'd say, exciting for those scientists working in that space, with the increased advances in finding through clinical trials things that work. Likewise, the knowledge we've garnered so far in the treatment, for example, of HPVs and cancers that affect women. We've learned so much about the development of vaccines that, for example, can be administered in the prevention of HPV, so that the life and well-being of young girls and women who become mothers is better safeguarded to prevent cancers, especially cervical cancer. These are things that oftentimes we may take perhaps for granted because we assume that somebody somewhere is doing this work and those vaccines we take as a given. But like I said earlier, the COVID pandemic and the extreme, I'd say, traumatic experience that was learned in terms of the lack of vaccines to support whatever treatment and cure that might have happened was a learning lesson and a wake-up call in the need for the continent to develop its own capabilities. So we've seen, for example, across the continent, and especially I want to highlight the importance of the African Union Commission and its various institutional frameworks like the Center for Disease Control Africa. We've seen the acceleration of vaccine development. Some of those institutions, one can cite, for example, the Pasteur Institute in Senegal has gone a long way towards being at the front line of developing cutting-edge scientific, technical know-how and expertise in vaccines development. Likewise, across the rest of the continent, we've seen rapid acceleration in terms of the development of know-how, technology, and expertise in climate science research, which were things that we had outsourced to other parts of the world beforehand. But increasingly, these now become homegrown, home-based, and have ensured that there's a huge explosion of innovation across the African continent, which we sorely need. Because in terms of science, unfortunately, there's only so much we can outsource. The increased entrenchment of capacity and capability in the continent is critical for ensuring that the actual cost of scientific research becomes much more visible to our governments, so that increasing investment in science can be localized, can be done and budgeted for within our own public spend. Because the spend on R&D on the continent, like I said at the beginning, still remains minuscule when we compare with the need. And one of the key driving reasons for this is that, as most of you may be aware, the overarching science tech innovation policy for Africa's TISA will be coming to an end quite soon next year. So the African Union Commission is in the process of doing the consultative mechanisms for ensuring the second generation TISA will be coming into play. Now, this is a critical moment for us as science actors across the continent to ensure that we can galvanize at all levels, especially at community levels, the ownership of the voice and advocacy to ensure that the financing of science, research, and innovation across the entire continent is in sync. And this is why it is critical that platforms such as these that ASFI has provided are not only just an engagement of scientists and like-minded, peers, but become platforms through which the voice of communities can become amplified and become much more visible and heard, not just within national borders, but countries and also across the world. And I believe this is the mission that you will have enjoyed hearing more about in the last 2 days, with the even the earlier discussions that you will have had around the launch of the journal. And these are critical milestones in the development of that science ecosystem and partnership that we need. Just next week will be the Science Forum South Africa, which is also a localized but globalized activity that has become annual in the calendar of science engagement across the continent. The theme this year is looking at science diplomacy, and without going into too much detail, those who will be able to plug in will plug in. Those who are attending, Godspeed, because it will be a very important milestone activity. Over the years, this issue of science diplomacy has come into play. Where and how do scientists actually amplify their voice? Oftentimes, one of the criticisms to science and science foundations like ASFI and others and the academies of sciences has been that we really talk to ourselves too much. We are so insulated or inward looking that we don't come up to talk to policymakers. I believe this is a fair and just criticism. And in the context of the topic I was given, it's important that we continue unpacking what is the role of not-for-profit organizations, including think tanks, intellectuals, thought leaders, academies, universities, and all other manners of tertiary education. But one can go even further. The entire education ecosystem, what is its role in ensuring that there's a broad understanding and an accountability mechanism that can be made so that all leadership across local, national, interstate, international organizations understand very thoroughly the importance of investing in science research across the world, because increasingly we also realize that our development problems are not going to be localized, they are globalized. For example, with COP28 coming up, I believe this week in Dubai, it's quite clear that most of the climate challenges that we are experiencing know no borders. The issue of air quality does not stop at any national border. It transcends national, regional. The increasing phenomena of adverse climatic events is affecting countries across different ecosystems and landscape, and oftentimes can have very devastating impacts across communities, especially, unfortunately, the most vulnerable communities are often affected. And these will be your indigenous communities living in rainforests with fire, exposure to fire, those who are living in dry, harsh environments, exposed to flooding, etc., etc. So what is it that collectively we can do? My belief is that with the real ongoing challenge of accessing science financing, mainly because of competing international global demands, as we all know, right now we're in the middle of, unfortunately, very deep and seemingly long drawn out conflicts which are not ending, especially on our continent. Therefore, the budgets for science, research, education will not necessarily increase overnight and unlikely to do so in the foreseeable future. So what mechanisms are we using to ensure we can make do with less? My belief is that science diplomacy, going beyond borders in doing science, in securing partnerships for science, in securing collaborations for deep research that is being done for communities across national borders, is critical to ensure that we can realize the successes that are necessary to drive solutions for our developmental challenges. Again, going back to pandemics, with the HIV/AIDS pandemic, I was at the time privileged or lucky to be involved and engaged at a national and regional level. It became quite clear that if you're going to address, for example, I'll take a very simple, not simple perhaps, but an example out of that pandemic. Long distance truck drivers who were mainly male, coming, say, from Cape Town, going to the DRC, traversing across many countries. simple job of logistics and supply chain management, but became a huge vector in terms of the transmission of HIV, especially, unfortunately, to young girls. It could not be solved with national programming at national level. It needed a transnational or international, therefore regional perspective. If you look at Southern Africa, for example, and I suspect the same was the case in West Africa from the literature that I've seen, solutions were able to be gotten only when between the countries there was cooperation to ensure that addressing this cohort of service deliverers, males who were truck drivers going from country to country delivering most times very expensive goods like oil, petroleum, food, were given the opportunity to get access to, I'd say, dignified services for treatment of STIs, for rest, but also importantly, for social behavioral support, because most of these were men who were far away from their families for days on end. And whether you criminalize sexual work, it was going to happen with or without, state intervention. So NGOs or NPOs were very critical in, for example, doing some of the uncomfortable work with stigmatized communities like sex workers to ensure that they could get access to basic medical support, counseling services, basic empowerment programs like cash for young vulnerable women to take them out of sex work, and also for empowering households at community level so that girls who would otherwise be in the sex work industry were able to come out or stay out of that activity and go to school. So with the ripple effect of one programmatic intervention, solutions were gotten across countries, across borders, and as I say, the case studies are there for everyone to appreciate. So in other words, with future challenges coming, whether they're pandemics or they are development challenges like food security or health security or any other security issue, including, of course, human security in the form of conflict, it is critical that we look at these inter-regional solutions or problematizing of programmatic development towards solutions so that research itself becomes transboundary, transnational. And I think this is where, again, the positive is in respect to our institutions. Universities across the continent have become much more collaborative, much more agile. And again, perhaps that's one of the windfalls from the COVID pandemic. And they have enabled a lot better access to knowledge products that they produce. So going open source, for example, has enabled that many more communities of practice are able to access these resources of knowledge, to share, to galvanize new research, and to collaborate. I realize that my time is, my moderator has not said to me, please stop. I think I should stop at some point, but please give me an indicator how many minutes I have before I ramble on. Moderator?
About 5 minutes, Prof. About
Okay,
5
thank
minutes.
you.
10 minutes.
Okay, great. So just going on, I think, so in just wrapping up, I'd say one of the other critical roles, therefore, of government beyond the enabling environment of financing, of developing the necessary human capabilities, of ensuring the infrastructure in terms of universities, laboratories, and so forth are available in country across regions, and also in ensuring that they become active actors in the regional and continental and global instruments like UNESCO, the African Union Commission, the national governments, will also be this issue now of science diplomacy, as I said, which is really about knowledge management and knowledge dissemination. And I've just mentioned earlier the critical importance of open source. As a scientist on the continent, one of the things that we still struggle with is this issue of ownership of knowledge products or information, even in terms of access to those resources in the first instance. Many young researchers, emerging scientists struggle to get published, which is a do or die for a scientist, to get their product to market, to commercial line, and also to global spaces in terms of now going on to the shelves is a product. Now, clearly, when you say to people, you need to go open source and start sharing openly or publicly your knowledge development, people cringe because it says, so what is left for me? What's in it for me? It's critical that at gathering like this, as ASFI has provided a platform, we critique very frankly and honestly this issue of intellectual property protection and also of knowledge sharing, open source being one of those tools. Because oftentimes it's a great misunderstanding. As a young scientist many years ago myself, I didn't genuinely know what it means to share. And I think with hindsight, had I known a lot more of what this means for me in terms of protecting my own knowledge, I would not have been as shy in sharing as I was, because I would have become of better value in terms of sharing my vague, basic ideas with others to accelerate development of those ideas to something bigger. So I think that's a plea in parting to say it's critical that as we consider the role of government, we also ensure that government develops those robust instruments for ensuring knowledge sharing, knowledge dissemination, knowledge transfer are in place. And this is where the big I is. Innovation happens where there's freedom of movement of people, of ideas, of products. And this is where perhaps the continent still fails us, in that the very tight legislative frameworks in place for the movement of people and their ideas has been a crippling factor in ensuring that Africa thrives in the area of science and technology, research development. We need to break down those boundaries and barriers that are inhibiting researchers who are already in consortia, for example, that are supported, for example, the Science Foundation for Africa, to ensure that people are able to move very quickly, especially emerging scientists. If somebody is based in Zambia and needs to get to Niger, and then from there to Burkina Faso, and then to Egypt in the course of a week to do work that is critical and time-bound, we cannot be waiting 4 months for visas to be processed, only to be turned back at the border of X country because one bit of the paperwork is not there, despite everything being in place. These are the things that scientists need to begin to collaborate about, becoming amplified voices in addressing this issue of inhibitive instruments in our governance systems that prohibit or that inhibit the movement of people and their ideas. It's great that we have this virtual space. I can sit in my, office seat in Gaborone and speak and share. But if I have a young scientist who I'm supervising, as tends to happen often, who needs to be in Ghana, in wherever, and they cannot get visa, we are not actually then enabling. And these are some of the things that from a global perspective, we need to be learning those lessons. And there are case examples, for example, in Europe, the Erasmus project that enables this movement of scientists and people, and therefore is accelerating very fast the transference of knowledge and innovation, and taking ideas to product, to commerce, to impact. So those are some of the things that I think are critical to ensure that our governments actually accelerate the rate of legislative reforms, especially where they inhibit or prohibit sometimes the free movement of ideas and of people. Secondly, and lastly, is this issue that our government sometimes have these grand plans of long-term development, the national visions. Oftentimes, these are instruments that do not have implementation plans. So they're just, nice ideas out there, but there's nothing tangible. We as scientific communities need to ensure that our governments can be held to account for ensuring that our national visions actually have implementation plans that really specify where organizations like ASFI are going to fit in the grand scheme of things. Because only then can we get to 2030, 2036, 20, whatever year that we are envisioning in the future. And finally, the future of science, as I've just learned in Dubai, is not something we sit and discuss for 5 years. You take a long-term perspective. Dubai, where it is right now, was envisioned in 1970-21 by its founding leaders. They are where they are because of that gains made over that time. We, if we're anticipating the African continent, especially science, environment, and ecosystems to be where we want them to be in 2070, we need to do that now and make those imaginaries of science in Africa in 2070 real here and now. And I think with that, I'd like to thank you for your audience and say that thank you especially to Dr. Bright Nero and colleagues who have invited me to this forum before, to say, I really hope that my limited sharing has been of use. And to the audience, thank you for listening. Over to you, moderator.
Thank you very much, Professor, for the enriching keywords, keynote speech. And what we've learned is that if our government are enabling and they ensure that research are done in a regulatory way, and they give place and they ensure resources, our science research will be moving forward. And for the government also to decentralize like registration, policy planning, that will, if it is decentralized, it will be better. And then for the researchers, we have to come out and not talk to ourselves, talk to policymakers, and then plan now for our research to move forward, like in the 2070s. So we start planning now as researchers. And thank you very much. If there's anyone with 1 to 2 burning questions, because we have a short of time, we have like 2 minutes to leave here. Any hands? Any comments in the chat? Anyone with any comment? I see one comment. Thank you, Professor. Thank you so much, Professor Alina, for such profound insight. Thank you a lot for great presentation. Thanks, Professor, for the insight. So thank you, everyone, for attending. Please let us give a round of applause to Professor Alina once more. Thank you very much. And we have 1 minute to the next session, and the next session will be the breakout session. So we're going to the different
Edna,
rooms.
can I just thank the prof
rooms
before she leaves?
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you, Prof. Alina,
Please do.
for this very thought-provoking speech. It may seem quite complicated when you brought the ecosystem of actions, but that is really the way we need to go. We need to talk to each other across board to make this happen. So you have laid actually the issues bare. So colleagues, the onus is on us now to play our own part. You ended very fantastically to say that today is the time, not tomorrow. So whatever plans we have for the future, we have to start today. And for us at ASFI, we have taken the small steps, and we hope that we can look back in 10 years from now to say that these were actually giant steps we have taken. Thank you very much for always honoring our invite, and I believe that you will continue to do so. Yes, please have a very wonderful day.
Thank you very much. Have a great meeting further. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, over to you, Edna.
Oh, so please, we have 1.5 hours for the breakout session, for the parallel session in different rooms for oral abstract presentation. Please join the different rooms as we did on the first day.
Jerry, you have your hand raised up.
Yeah. So just to add that, already we have shared the program where each participant, each presenter for the oral officer should know where they are. So they have to consult that document. I don't know if that was dropped. Okay, great, fantastic. So these are the moderators for that for today. Then each abstract presenter should know where he's supposed to present today. That way, the appropriate room where he's supposed to. So I think that was dropped. So if you have any confusion about that, you could just quickly check the website again. I think we'll just try and drop that here again so that you could have access to that. I don't know if Ajibola is here. If you can, Dr. Ajibola, if you can help us drop that so that you can go to your respective appropriate rooms. So Edna, I think it's just an hour, 30 minutes, 20 minutes. So she'll be back by Dr. Edna. We should be back.
The launch continues. So we'll come back before we go into launch, is it?
Yeah, I think to be now we'll come back just to be sure that we are back fully. So that I think by 11:40 GMT. So I think no?
No, it should be 12.
Yeah, it should be 12. It should be
12 noon GMT.
Yeah, 12 noon. That's correct. 12 noon GMT. So Doc, I think you can trigger share the file. Fantastic. The file has been shared. It's here. So you could just I'm not sure I've seen the breakout. So I think we can trigger the breakout. How do we access the room?
It's
Dr.
done,
Bright. Okay, it's done. Okay. Oh, great. It's done. If you're using your phone, you can check on top. If you're using your system, you can check beneath. Just where you have your charts, you have your reaction, it will be down there. The phone should be up, join breakout rooms. If you're using a system, you could look at down beneath. Participant chart reaction, you will see join breakout room as well.
If you want to know who is presenting in each of the rooms, the files are shared, so you can pick those information from there. Sorry, 5 rooms were accidentally created. There are actually 4 rooms. Anyway, I see that nobody is joining room 5.
Just to welcome you. Just to welcome you and to trust that was quite awesome. The oral presentation was awesome. Even though I know that we had some few challenges about some of the rooms, having the chairman and repertoire getting ready on time, but we're happy that everybody has gotten back. So let me just be sure that it went well. If your panel went well, can I see your hand up? Just a reaction. You can drop me a reaction to be sure that it went well in your group. Okay, 67. Everybody's back. Oh, fantastic. Great. All right. So just before we go for the break, again, from the review committee, I learned that majority of the coordinators haven't sent the list of their groups. Please, that is actually hindering the finalization of our program. So please, if you know you have not sent, okay, I think group three hasn't sent theirs. So please, group 3, send the list of your members of your proposal, and that is very important so that we can be able to finalize our decision on that. Then also, one of the great highlights, the poster viewing and voting is still open. So please, you are to go and vote, cast your vote, so that we can get the best poster for the year, because there is also an award for it. So please, that portal is still open for you to quickly go and take a vote before we can call it. So if I'm please, I'll plead, use a break period to quickly do that. That will be closed by 2 p.m. on or before 2 p.m. So please try and ensure you cast your vote so that we can have a award for it. Please, all coordinators, again, send the list of your participants in the group so that we can be able to work in that. Thank you so much. This is lunch break, so you can just grab a coffee, take a walk, do something, so that at least by 12:30 p.m., we shall be back. And once you are back, we will start with a seminar on strategy for effective learning, staying updated with research trend, and assessing relevant resources. In other words, networking opportunities and building professional connection. And next will now be communicating research to a wider audience. And once we are done with that, we'll be having the presentation of award for poster presentation, for poster, proposal development, and oral presentation. So please, you can't, you wouldn't want to miss this opportunity. Then thereafter, we'll finish with the pictures. So please, dress nicely. We'll ask you to turn on your video, your camera, so that we can have a snapshot all together. So you're having a lunch break. So I think you can take a lunch break now. Thank you, and bye-bye. See you by 12:30. Thank you. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome from our break. I trust that you're able to do something. I need to be sure if those, I can see 45 persons here. I just want to be sure that the 45 persons here are with me, or maybe you're still on the break. I'll be glad if you can just type yes on the chat box, just to be sure you are here with me. Please join me and just type yes. Let me do my own right away so that I can lead by example. Yes, 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 yes. All the yes. Oh, all the yes are there. Great, fantastic. Great, great. Thank you so much for staying with us. We are winding down gradually, and we are getting to the best part of the presentation, and I need you to be here with me to the end, where we're going to give the farewell for everyone. Next in our presentation is Mastering Self-Learning Techniques for Continuous Growth. And on the profile, we are having Dr. Benita Amos Fidelis. Is an associate member of the Institute of Operational Research and Management Science of Nigeria. She holds a doctorate degree in the field of production, operation management. She has a passion for teaching, mentoring, and empowering minds to maximize and fulfill their God's-given potential. She has a proven expertise in student engagement, youth empowerment and mentoring, high-impact teaching methodology, financial and statistical modeling, mathematical programming and big data analytics and visualization. She teaches statistics, operation research, operation management, quantitative techniques, mathematical programming, among others. As an academic stabilizer for over 14 years of professional experience and teaching, culminating of 9 years in university lecturing, where she propels students all around growth and overseeing student affairs, has increased her wealth of experience in teaching, research, and learning. She has authored 3 books in statistics and modeling, alongside with having many scholar publications in the field of operation management in scholarly journals, with particular interest in lean thinking, operational resilience, and sustainable manufacturing practices. She has a renowned record of excellence in her academic and teaching practices, and integrate faith in all teaching and learning experience. Ladies and gentlemen, currently, our speaker of today is an adjunct lecturer with Babcock University, Nigeria, and the Vice Dean of the School of Graduate School, Valley View University, Ghana. She lectures for the Emerging Leadership Institute in Africa, as well as a member of CALM. CALM stands for Center for Outreach, Mentoring, and Empowerment, engaging research and speaking engagement for the group. She mentors senior high school students, undergraduate, and postgraduate students, as well as young professionals in the acquisition of soft skills and exhibition of professionalism that will distinguish them and make them a change agent for the continent of Africa and the world at large. She is passionate about challenging young ones to exhibit Christ's Christian values of excellence and integrity in their educational pursuit by principle and by practice. Ladies and gentlemen, I introduce to you Dr. Benita Amos, discussing with us mastering self-learning techniques for continuous growth. Dr. Benita, you have the floor.
All right, thank you, Dr. Jerry, and thank you, Professor Bright and other facilitators. It's such a pleasure to be here this afternoon. Please, I don't know if the host will permit me to share my slide. Okay, I think I've been given the host permission. All right, thank you very much. All right, it's my pleasure to be here. I don't know if you can see my slide.
Yes, Doc, we can see it. You can just make it full slide.
Okay, let's just.
You may need to make it the full slide. We're still seeing your view.
Yeah, I'm coming.
All right, ma'am.
All right,
Thank
is
you.
it better now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Doc.
All right, thank you very, very much. All right, as I was saying, Dr. Jerry, thank you so much for the introduction, and I want to thank the facilitators. It's been a pleasure being here for the past 3 days. I've been in and out, and I've tried to follow through with some of the things that is happening. And I'm particularly excited because I can really see that the change we design in Africa is being promoted, particularly at this platform. And I've listened to quite a number of presenters, and it gives me a reassurance that indeed there is hope for Africa. There is hope for Africa. You know, today I've been at the Kufos Scholarship Foundation, the former president of Ghana, where we interview 100-level students for some scholarship positions. And seeing these young, bright African minds putting together the things they have learned on their own and how it has enhanced continuous growth. You know, it just inspires me that indeed there is hope. There is hope for Africa. And we can't afford to give up on our continent and on our country. You know, what we do at ASFI is a very laudable project and a very commendable one to promote transformation in Africa. And I want to tell you that you are not alone in this fight. You're not alone in this project. Let's keep heralding the call. Let's keep calling people's attention to the fact that we can be better at what we do, and that we can grow our own food, we can eat our own food, we can do our own things, and that Africa can actually be a continent that would stand out in the global space. You see, at COM, where I also serve as a mentor, we also do similar, at COM, where I serve as a mentor, which is a Center for Outreach, Mentorship, and Empowerment. We also envision an Africa where young professionals of high integrity will excel in their careers, and they would lead to transforming the society and transforming the globe, the nation, the continent as a whole. And our mission is to empower students, young professionals through leadership development, mentorship, research, and outreach. And these are some of the programs we have done, just like we see ASFI also making calls on the fact that we need to transform Africa through our intellectual contributions to the globe. We also conduct leadership seminar where we meet with young professionals, where we get to sit and talk about why Africa cannot continue to be a tired and a retired continent. I listened to Professor Tomoro's presentation, and it was quite inspiring and challenging that indeed we can create the Africa that we want. This was one of the trainings that we did this year. This is the next gen of leaders for African Center for Energy and Policy. And you need to see this group of young Africans that there's a next generation of leadership growing in Africa. And I can tell you that it's not just in any specific country. We've been in Uganda this year. We were at University of Beraton in Kenya this year. We held the Uplift International Conference of Africa this year in Ghana here. And I can tell you that a next generation of leaders are being grown to take leadership position and to take strategic positions in leadership in Africa. And you see, we do not just end at the university level, we go down to the grassroots, because somehow we see that a lot of young ones are looking for just any means of escape. In fact, any means of escape from Africa is a route. But we see a situation where we get to the senior high schools, the junior high school, to challenge their mind, to realize that even from their young stage, they can actually learn to love this country and get involved in the grooming of this country. And you can see some young ones. We were here at Mawuli Senior High School in Ghana, and I can tell you that things are really changing. This is also one of our training. We also get to the street economy, where we help people realize that, enough of the complaints. We have complained for too long, and complaint has not changed our situation. So it is time to become critical thinkers and see, what can I do? And you see, when I got the topic, mastering self-learning for continuous growth, what can I do? How can I develop myself? How can I strategically position myself so that in my little sphere of influence, I'm able to make the change and create the change that I desire? And that's what we challenge even those at the street economy to do. We were at the University of Legon, Ghana, and we challenge the young ones. Yes, it is good to pursue a degree. It is good to do this, but what do you have aside this profession? What do you have as a side business? And we challenge some people to rise up to fight hunger. They call themselves hunger fighters. And so these young students decided to take on to farming, to do farming as a side business of what they do aside their academics. And you can see them, in fact, they went into large-scale farming of rice, of cucumber, and I can tell you that things are changing. The mentality of people are changing. And with this fight, we would not stop. And I want to encourage ASFI, let's continue. It may look as if the impact is very small now, but it's just a matter of time. It will grow and enlarge. This was a Women in Leadership Summit where women from Africa across the globe came. And we are talking about the issue of, is it gender equity or gender equality? Which one do we really stand for as a nation, as Africa? And we looked at several issues. In fact, we went into the climate change and global warming, where tree planting was encouraged. And the Agenda 2063 is to create an Africa that we want. And in order to create the Africa that we want, it starts with me. It starts with you. It starts with all of us. And the question is, in this army that is being grown, am I going to allow myself to be transformed? How am I going to develop myself? It is good to engage in traditional learning, but beyond traditional learning, is there anything more I can do that would enhance continuous growth and development, not just for me, but even for the next generation, so that I can pass on the baton of leadership and make a difference? Please, I'm getting a feedback.
I hope they have sorted your not valid.
So please, I'm getting a feedback, Dr. Kwabai.
Sorry, about take care of that.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are. You are.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. So the topic before me this afternoon is mastering self-learning techniques for continuous growth. And I'm going to be looking at the concept of self-learning. We'll take a little view of the historical view of self-learning. We'll do a little contrast between self-learning and traditional learning, look into theories of self-learning, learning apps and softwares. I saw Prof telling us about the ASFI app that can bring about conferencing, teaching, just like the Zoom app. I said, wow, what an initiative. And you see, as we interview 100 level students for the scholarship, I saw a lot of brilliant young minds that have created very good learning apps. And then we wonder, at 100 level, this type of initiative can come from an African child. And someone says there is no hope for Africa. We are going to look at the importance of network and collaboration. And of course, ASFI has provided a very good platform for networking and for collaboration. And I see a lot of networking going on. Let's continue to network until we see the change that we desire. What is self-learning? What is self-learning? You know, we live in a society where a lot of people have promoted traditional learning so much. Traditional learning has its place in learning, no doubt. It is critical to learning, no doubt. However, you agree with me that most of our students, particularly those of us that are teaching at the university level, teaching at the secondary school level, you agree with me that our students are gradually getting to the point where they merely reflect the thoughts of others. There's something they call chew and pour here in Ghana where I teach. You see students, la crème la pour, they pour down things exactly the way lecturers have given it to them. Nothing is made better, nothing is made worse. It is just give and take. But what exactly is self-learning? Self-learning is seen as an approach to learning where individual makes the effort to identify their own learning needs. They set their learning goals. They find the necessary resources and evaluate their own knowledge. As a matter of fact, they are not under any pressure of society to meet with the demand or to supply a particular expectation from the culture. It is not a pursuit of knowledge that is driven by culture or external pressure. No, self-learners follow their own curiosity to create something unique from their learning experience. And the good part is that they move at their own pace. When we talk about self-learning, it involves gathering information, it involves processing the information, it involves retaining the information without necessarily following a curriculum, without necessarily following a planned teaching outline. These self-learners are able to think critically, they are able to analyze knowledge gotten, and they are able to know what to hold on to and what to let go of. Let's look at the historical view of self-learning. So many people say self-learning and think that it is a new concept. But permit me to say that self-learning has come a long way in history. Self-directed learning existed right back from the classical antiquity. We see Greek philosophers such as Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, Caesar, Erasmus, Alexander the Great. You see, Alexander the Great is one unique leader in the sense that Alexander the Great led out in the Grecian Empire. And when he conquered the Medes and the Persian, he was regarded as the youngest world conqueror. Because as at that time, he had conquered Babylon, he had conquered Libya, he had conquered Medo-Persia. And he was just at the age of 27. So the question was, how did these people achieve this feat at this age? We see the term self-learning coming from two Greek words. we have the authors and the didactors. So when you combine the two words, autodidacticos, it simply means a self-directed learning, a self-education. It is an education without the guidance of masters, without the guidance of teachers, without the guidance of professors, without the guidance of any institutional setting such as schools. We see people like Socrates, people like Caesar, Augustus, people like Alexander the Great, even right back from the classical school of thought, training themselves in the act of war, in the act of governance, in the act of management. And then the question today is, what are we doing? And what can we do to also improve upon ourselves? When we contrast self-learning and traditional learning, you see, traditional learning follows the classroom teaching method. It can be very engaging, and at times it can also be very boring. It actually depends on who is leading out and the set of students. It depends on the environment. It depends on the content and context of learning. So traditional learning can be interactive, it can be socializing, it has its own merit, it has its own advantages. But sometimes it can actually lead to a memorized learning. And you see, most times when we have this memorized learning, sometimes it doesn't give room for transformation, especially the transformation that we desire. Quickly, let me touch on briefly on Skinner. You know, this theory talks about the fact that what reinforces a behavior is the reward that is gotten from that behavior. And so we see B.F. Skinner saying that stimulus evokes a response, and that response evokes a reinforcement. And this reinforcement is what drives the learner to learn. We have the phenomenologist theory as propounded by a German philosopher, Edmund Husserl. And in his own theory, he tried to establish the fact that the quest for self-esteem, for self-concept, to fulfill the ego of self is what drives this learning. We also have the information processing theory, as established by psychologists George A. Miller and Richard Schleifen in the 1960s. And to them, this theory is, it buttresses how humans stores information, how they get information, how they process the information. So this theory actually suggests that our cognitive abilities are based on interaction of our sensory memory, which can be either the short-term or the long-term memory. The social cognitive theory. The social cognitive theory is also known as the social learning theory, as developed by psychologist Bandura, who says that people are motivated by the consequences they expect to receive rather than the actual rewards themselves. We also have the volitional theory of self-learning, which talks about the fact that human beings are responsible for their thoughts and action. And as responsible people, they have to learn themselves so that they can own their learning space. We also have the Vygotskian theory of self-learning. This learner internalizes good remark or things said by others, and it helps to create a sense of interpersonal communication, which motivates a self-regulated learning. And we also have the constructivist theory. In this constructivist theory, the learners play an active role during learning, and they try to recall what they have learned, and that becomes an intrinsic motivation for them. By the time the materials are shared, we can look at learning materials theory, and we will get to see that indeed mastering self-learning techniques is a necessary requirement if we must experience continuous growth. And it is a valuable skill that must be acquired by all, especially in today's rapidly changing world. The ability to learn independently is key for us to experience growth continuously. The ability to adapt to new challenges, to acquire new skills and stay relevant in personal and professional life cannot be overemphasized. And we are blessed with a lot of free resources online that we can actually tap into and train ourselves, aside from all the rote training or traditional training we have received. I love this quote from Brian Herbert. He says, the capacity to learn is a gift. The ability to learn is a skill, but the willingness to learn is a choice. Please underline these words, that the capacity to learn is a gift. The ability to learn is a skill. The willingness to learn is a choice. And no one can be forced against his will. And until we get to that point of making personal decisions to say, no, I must go the extra mile. I must pull the extra strings to see what I can become in my field. There is no PhD degree that can give you everything you need to know in your field. You need to push yourself a little further in order to know that. Look at what Socrates says. Socrates says that education is the kindling of a flame, not the filling of the vessel. So in order to fill the vessel, there is a need for you to go the extra mile. And what is that extra mile? The extra mile we need to go today is to self-learn. You see, Kwame Nkrumah says this. He says the African version of education has betrayed our identity. If you look at our system of education in our school today, it gives little room for self-learning. You see some teachers give a content and expect the students to deliver the content the exact way that it has been given, or they experience failure. And so students are restricted to give back what they have gotten. But Kwame Nkrumah says that the African version of education has betrayed our identity and our uniqueness and our sovereignty as a people. He says it awards rote learning, emphasizing memorization of facts, figures, events, and identification of personalities, sadly parading good memory to mean good education. For crying out loud, if an Islamic child can memorize the Quran from the beginning to the end before they are graduated as a good Islamist, then tell me what is in a textbook that somebody cannot memorize. Good memory cannot necessarily be classified as a good education. He went further to say that ours is a system that has produced degrees. He says the mystery of our education is this: the course content is partnered after the so-called developed world, and the students and teachers are mimicking content alien to the African reality and narrative. He says this system ends up only, the engineers we train today, they end up likely knowing only the history, at best the news of engineering, but they are highly incapacitated. In fact, it will interest you to know that even some engineers do not know how to change a car tire. Those are the engineers we produce. Today, what do we see? It says our education has simply produced reflectors of other people's opinion and the way of thinking. It has betrayed our conviction. It has betrayed our conscience. It has betrayed our character, and it has betrayed our personality. And he concludes by saying, ours is a paradoxical education. I want us to listen to some more quotes from some people about this. Look at Carl Rogers. He says, and I quote, the only person who is educated is the one who has learned, and the one who has also learned how to change, how to learn and change. We say an illiterate is someone who cannot read and write, but thank God that definition has changed over time. That an illiterate is someone who has refused to learn and unlearn some things that needs to be unlearned. Sorry, I think my... Please, can you hear me?
We hear you.
Okay. All right, so learning is not the product of teaching. Learning is a product of the activity of learners. And what does that activity include? It includes your ability to train yourself. Now, what are the importance of self-learning? One, it makes you adapt to change easily. You see, little did we know that the world is going to go online the way it did. But COVID came, and except we change with the changing world, we'll remain static. So the world is constantly evolving, especially in areas of technology. Self-learning equips individuals with the ability to adapt to new challenges and changes, and adapt to new circumstances effectively. And it helps us to remain relevant and competitive in our field. Self-learning also brings freedom and autonomy, independence in learning. You see, this independence and autonomy gives you a level of self-reliance. It empowers the individual to take control of their own education and their own personal growth, and they are able to monitor this. Learning independently often involves tackling complex problems. You never can tell the amount of complex issues you can deal with if you do not explore. It says it helps you to find solutions on your own, and it develops problem-solving skills. We have complained so badly about African situation, but the question is, are we just going to remain complainants without thinking of ways out of solving this problem? Critical thinking, resilience, and ability to face challenges is one of the efforts of self-learning. Self-learning gives one the opportunity to continuously improve, to continuously grow. It makes you make a commitment to growth at your own pace. And improving this knowledge, you will identify your own learning goals, you will plan, you will execute, and you will review this, and it continues in that cycle. And when this cycle continues, it gives room for continuous growth and continuous development. Permit me to make a case on how self-learning can bring about an entrepreneurial mindset. I just talked about some young scholars that are being interviewed for scholarship. And you see these young minds coming up with creativity of something they have invented themselves. They didn't learn this in school. They did not. They learned this on their own through some learning materials, through some learning aids. And you see, it has provided an invaluable tool to acquire knowledge that has made one entrepreneurial in nature. I want to share the experience of one of our former students, Adekweju Sheiton. I met her sometimes when she was in 200 level. And you see, she came from a very funny background with a single mother, and two of them were in school. It was so bad at a time that they were almost being pulled out of school because the mother could no longer sustain the bills. Kweju thought of what she could do. And so she decided to learn the skill of sewing on her own. She was studying accounting. She decided to learn the skill of sewing on her own. And while she goes for classes in the daytime, at night she stays awake to make clothes for her mate who pays her in return. And through the help of this entrepreneurial skill, she was able to assist herself and her younger sister to go through school. Kweju graduated with a second-class at the upper credit level division from the Babcock University, and she also graduated a chartered accountant. But today, for over 4 to 5 years of leaving school, Kweju has never worked for anyone. Today, Kweju owns her own fashion school in Niger State in Nigeria. And you see, this was her wedding gown. She made it herself. This is her fashion school with her girls in the fashion school. And this was the last set of the graduating student from her fashion school. Kweju trained herself. And today, this young lady, who is still less than 30 years, have been able to create a brand for herself. And when you check the Oza Woman brand, it is flooded with a lot of followings, with a lot of customers, both within and outside the country. It is not the accounting she learned in school that she is using to train, that she's using to live. She has become an employer of labor. The accounting she learned in school, the chartered accountant certificate she have, may grow, of course, improve her business. But you could see that it was a soft skill she learned that has put food on her table. Yes, self-learning may come with its own challenges, because lack of self-discipline could make the effort an effort in futility. Of course, there's very little face-to-face contact, and it can make it very boring sometimes. The lack of versatility and choice, the lack of feedback from coaches and people to pat you on the back. You know, of course, it also takes diligent effort to be successful at self-learning, and self-learners could also have a wrong appraisal of themselves. Yes, I agree, but this has not removed or neglected or negated the fact that the importance of self-learning can brings about tremendous growth, tremendous room for development. What are the strategies that can help me be a good self-learner? Let me quickly share this. One, you need to set clear learning goals. Define your learning goals and your objective. Know what you want to achieve, and look for ways to keep yourself motivated so that you don't lose courage and you don't lose hope, even when your goals are not achieved. I also want to say that self-learning, another strategy that would help self-learning. Sorry, I think my it's freezing. Okay, so develop a study schedule. Don't just do a scattered and a disorganized learning. Today you stumbled on this, tomorrow you stumble on another thing, next tomorrow you stumble on another thing, and so you keep scouting and scattering things here and there without even focusing on anything. Consistency is one of the key to effective self-learning. Discipline is another key, and it will bridge the gap between your goals and your attainment. Discipline is key. Then you also need to choose credible learning sources. You see, while writing a research paper, we have gone through several proposal writing, different things. You see, you need to be sure of your learning sources, because there are a lot of things on the internet today, a lot of things, and some of them are not correct. So when we cite a source and we are running with the source, there is a need for comparison of scholastic information. A credible source is always backed up with relevant fact and figure. Check the currency of the material you're studying, check the relevance of the material, check the authority, check the accuracy, check the purpose of it. So in choosing your learning sources, ensure that it is relevant, it is correct, and you can make reference to it. Another strategy for self-learning is that the knowledge you have gained, you must be able to apply it. The true value of knowledge is not in its accumulation, but in its application. So the best way to retain what you have learned is to test your knowledge and actually apply it to the real world. We're talking about a lot of issues: climate change, global warming, series of issues here and there, cybercrime. The question is the knowledge we gain. How are we able to apply it to solve real problems? The articles we write, how are they able to connect with societal issues to solve real problems? Practice retrieval. Test yourself regularly to reinforce your memory. Quiz yourself, even though self-learning does not have to do with any structured examination, but identify areas that requires further review and improve on yourself through that further review. Share knowledge and collaborate. Don't be an island of knowledge. Look at what Professor Bright is doing and his team. Share knowledge. He says sharing knowledge is the most fundamental act of friendship, because it is a way you can give something without losing something. Knowledge is a commodity to be shared. It is not a commodity to be hoarded. For knowledge to pay dividend, it should not remain a monopoly of a selected few. And in sharing your knowledge, you are actually expanding the wealth of knowledge, and you are also learning more. That's another strategy for self-learning. And you must also stay motivated. Self-learning entails motivating yourself. Even when there is no one to encourage you, even when you have failed and you feel that you have wasted all the time, all the day, not learning anything, find ways to stay motivated. Do not give up. Focus on your study goals and keep connecting until it is achieved. We also have self-learning techniques and how to assess relevant resources. The internet is filled with blog articles, books for anyone and you can choose from any learning material you want to. You have the Britannica, you have the Encyclopedia, National Geographic, and for kids, read World Science News, for students, Goodreads, and look at all the ASFI material that have even been showcased on our ASFI app. Several learning sources. Do a visual note-taking. That's also another strategy. Don't just read and forget about it. Combine text with visuals. You have several visual note-taking aids that is also available online. The mind map, the concept map, the flow chart, the Venn diagram. You can go on and on. You see, the world today is changing. I was in a senior high school some weeks ago, and I was talking with a student. And I saw, I was asking them about these 5 gens of video and what they watch, what they view. Is it educational? Is it promotional? Is it informational? Is it documentary? And permit me to say, more than 70% of the students, what they were focused on is on that entertainment. But how much can they self-learn from entertainment is a question. What real experience can they really get from entertainment? That is not to say that there is nothing to learn from it, but we must choose our materials very wisely. There are several online platforms, particularly since the COVID era, that can improve and expand our knowledge and our self-learning.
Dr. Benny? Dr. Benny, you have just about 3 minutes.
There's what we call the Google Garage. Of course, the LinkedIn cannot. About how many minutes?
About just 3 minutes to
wrap up. I didn't hear you, please.
3 minutes to wrap up. Yeah.
Are you saying 10 minutes or 5 minutes?
3 minutes.
3 minutes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Doc.
All right, so let me quickly go to the next. Okay, let me quickly go to the networking opportunities. I think you'll share the slides later. Networking is about connecting with people of like minds that can open up opportunities for you. And in fact, networking opens very unusual doors. The importance of networking cannot be overemphasized. And we can see the importance, how it expands visibility and how it improves you. Attend conferences, seek mentorship, collaborate on research projects and all of that. Let me conclude with this. A person may want to learn a little bit about everything, but they will have to work hard at it. It is a process of taking charge of your studies. It is this desire that furthers oneself. And despite its drawback, self-directed learning should not be written off. Instead, we should look for a way to make it better. Remember that education can kindle a flame, but only self-learning would lead to the filling of the vessel. We cannot afford to be narrow-minded. Look at what people go through. If we must travel out of the country, at least let's travel with some level of dignity. See what people go through. Is it that these people cannot develop themselves and learn to improve upon themselves and contribute to society? See what people go through in a bid to run away from their country. I wish I could go through some very successful people that have self-learned and how they have improved society. Look at Dr. Wangari Maathai. She was the first woman in the Central Eastern region to hold a PhD degree, but she did not stop at that. And today she's also regarded as the first African woman to win a Nobel Prize of Peace. This is one of our leaders on the board of COM. And even though she's an Oxford-trained legal practitioner, you need to see all the soft skills and all the lessons, the other things aside from her profession that she has brought on board. This is Sandy Ganiza. She is actually a personal friend. We were at the Uplift conference together this year. And this woman owned one of the biggest construction companies in South Africa that has won several awards. but you need to see all the soft skills. In fact, she owned one of the biggest brand of wig making in South Africa and in Zimbabwe. I can go on to talk about people. This is a 100-level student in my university here at Valley View University that developed an app that is making a lot of waves here in Ghana. The truth is, a star can be black and a black star truly shine. So wherever we find ourselves, let us learn to develop ourselves. Let's do everything we can to continue to improve ourselves through the process of self-learning. And we will see that indeed, Africa, the change we desire lies within us. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Benita. That was a wonderful submission. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Please, can we make her feel welcome? Wow, wow. Someone say, wow, this is great, fantastic. She's my friend, I know her. That's great. She submitted and she said, learning motivated by self-need to solve a problem. Learning motivated by self-need to solve a problem. And I read the quote again. She said, education is the rekindling of a flame, not the filing of a vessel. She went ahead by talking about the importance of self-learning. Adaptation so easily to change, continuous improvement, entrepreneurial mindset. And she wrapped by telling us how we can do that. Set a clear goal, develop a study schedule, choose a credible learning sources, apply the knowledge you have learned, practical retrieval, and the last one, share knowledge and collaborate. And that is why we're here. Thank you so much, Dr. Benita. We appreciate your submission. We appreciate your submission. Please, can we have a round of applause for her? Can I have people throw some bubbles around just to say thank you for what she has done? Dr. Bright, please, you can appreciate our guest while we move to the next session. Dr. Bright.
All right. That was great. It was great and a great reminder. Thank you so much, Dr. Amos Fidelis, for your time. The fact is that what you have presented now, even though you trace the history of where we started, sooner or later, that is where our world is going back to. That is where our world is going back to. So it's important for us to develop strategies to become independent in our learning. And of course, being able to be critical. I started quite early. One of the things I never liked was to memorize. And because I didn't like memorizing, that affected a lot on my grade. Okay. But I never regretted it because I have been quite stubborn. That is why today, the student I teach, I never give exams. I don't give exams, except where the institution says, well, we need exams. But for my students, I don't give exams. And the reason is that I don't think exams reflect what I want the student to get. So you put exams and people go around, they memorize, they prepare for exams, and after the exams, then things they just forget. So I use strategies that will make people to develop interest first. And when they develop interest, they can learn for life. So thank you very much for this reminder. And I believe for every one of us, we can take it home. Thank you. And I pray God blesses you in your efforts. Over to you.
Thank you, Prof, for the time. And thank you for the privilege.
Thank you so much, Dr. Benny. Thank you. Thank you. All right, move to the next session. Tamador. Let me see if she's Dr. Bright, is she? Can you mute Tamado? She can. Or can you unmute Tamado? I can see.
Hello, everyone. Greetings to all. You are welcome. My name is Tamado Saleh, the Vice Chair of the Planning Committee. It is my honor to be part of this conference and to introduce our speakers in the bootcamp workshop, Communicating Research to a Wider Audience, Community Engagement and Policy Influence, Techniques for Effectively Translating Research, Finding for Non-Academic Audience. Our speakers are Dr. Domisani Ombashi and Dr. Abdelhamidu Abdullah. Dr. Domisani Ombashi is a senior lecturer and UBT, head of department as a Department of Economics, University of Fort Hare in South Africa. His research focuses on the development of South African township economy. In November 2021, Dr. Domisani was awarded the University of Fort Hare Vice Chancellor Award as an emerging researcher in the Faculty of Management and Commerce. Also, in 2019, was awarded a travel grant by the Africa Oxford Initiative to travel to the United Kingdom to present a paper of Oxford University. He is a member of the International Health Economists Association, also has been a member of the African Science Frontiers Initiatives, ASFI, General Assembly, since November 2022, and serves as a Vice Chair of the ASFI Senior Sub-Assembly. The second speaker, Dr. Abdelhamidu Abdullah, is an associate professor with a PhD in local government and development studies from Ahmadu Bello University, Nigeria. He is a dynamic professional now for his fervor for teaching, research, and community development. His commitment to community service is evident through his leadership role and CEO of the Initiative for Orphans and Vulnerable Person, NGO, and his participation in various field and extension experiences aimed at empowering communities. In summary, he's a seasoned academic, researcher, and community leader with a rich background in teaching, research, and community development. His impactful contribution to academia, numerous publications, and active involvement in professional organizations make him a respected and influential figure in this field. We are glad to have you on board. Welcome, and please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Yes, I was struggling to unmute. Thank you very much, Dr. Said, for this excellent introduction. I also thank ASFI for this opportunity. In particular, I thank Professor Nware, as well as the leadership of ASFI, in particular the President, Professor Yunus. Our interaction this afternoon, we planned it to be an informal interaction where we would like the audience to participate in terms of this important topic, which is communicating research to a wider audience, because we feel that any research that one does, it needs to have impact. And now also, like, what is important in that regard is the communication of the research. maybe as a start, sorry. Okay. Maybe as a start, maybe if you can just write on your chat box, just to see our understanding of this question here. Why communicate research? Why is it important to communicate research? Can we see some charts there? Am I audible? Can you hear me?
We hear you clearly.
You're audible. You're audible. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Okay, I can. Can we just now just answer this question? Maybe why communicate the research? Why do we think it is important to communicate research? Anyone, please? Okay, I can see for policymaking, for visibility, for knowledge, for sharing knowledge, yes. Guidelines, share knowledge, for sharing knowledge and become visible, to inform policy and sharing of new knowledge, to facilitate impact of research transformation. Yeah, I think, thank you very much for your participation. Yeah, I think these are some of the important elements that we can say they motivate us to communicate our research to a wider audience, because we understand that as researchers, even the style of writing, the jargon we use might not be familiar to other people. Hence, we need to have some strategies, some ways of communicating what we have written. And there are various ways or various platforms that we can use to do that. Just to consolidate what we have just received, like we're saying here, unless research reaches and benefit people, it does not have any impact. I think that's what we know, like in terms of the ultimate aim of research should be, it must do some change in people's life. Therefore, unless it reaches now the people, you can't say that your research is having any impact. And also, communicating research is one of the most important components for ensuring greater research uptake as well as its impact. Hence, this topic is very much crucial because if you want your research to have impact, it means that you need to communicate your research. You can't just keep your research within yourself. You have just done this research, but now you don't inform people. You don't write articles, you don't write books, or you don't write maybe newspaper articles, so that at least now it can reach now a wider audience. Okay, also, we communicate research to inform and also inspire policy. I think I saw that there's also policy there that has been mentioned. To inspire policy and practice based on the information, knowledge, and evidence that we generate. Also, we need also, as we talk about this communication, we must be fully mindful of the fact that when we talk about communication, it's not a one-way street, but it's a two-way street. It's a two-way communication. Okay. Then now, coming now, there's another concept which is called dissemination. We have communication and dissemination. What is our understanding about these concepts? Is there any difference? If there is any difference, what is that difference? Can we maybe again, just by way of posting on the charts, just look at the difference between these two concepts, or if you see that, no, these are the same concepts, just say so. Okay, waiting to see some charts. Communication and versus dissemination. What is the difference? Is it the same thing? Okay. Okay. It's not the same thing. Communication is two-way, okay? Feedback is necessary. Communication expect feedback from audiences.
Hello?
Feedback, okay.
Hello?
Dissemination is a part of communication. Yeah, thank you very much for the feedback that I'm getting, meaning that we are communicating indeed. Just to consolidate what we have discussed here, starting now with the research communication. This one, it's whereby one, you deliberately and purposefully communicate with a range of stakeholders in order to enhance the goals and objectives of the research. Now, I've just introduced some concepts here, stakeholders, and also communicating or enhancing the goals and objectives of the research. This is now one of the important things that we need to consider whenever we are planning the research, that we need to also involve various stakeholders, even the participants, people now that we are going to be interviewing, they need also now to be part of that. Then looking now at dissemination, this refers now to the traditional dissemination model in which the sender, which is us as researchers, communicate research findings to the passive target audience, of which it was correctly said that dissemination is also part of the communication. And also research communication involves researchers and the users of research engaging in an iterative, dynamic, and collaborative process of communicating with one another. Whereas dissemination, it looks at informing various target audience and stakeholders about the results of a research project so that it can inform and influence their own work. Okay, therefore, this one is just saying that dissemination is a subset of research communication, whereas research communication is one of the main strategies of research for impact approach. Okay, then now this slide, it just also amplifies the role of dissemination, that dissemination also leads to knowledge mobilization, which ultimately leads now to the impact, like maybe it can be a change in behavior, and also that change in behavior also goes back to knowledge mobilization and also to dissemination. Okay, then now we'll be discussing what is known as the traditional research process. The way that we use to conduct research, I think most of us can really understand this. Like when you talk about the traditional research, it's whereby we carry out the research process or the research as researchers. The slide now is not moving. Just a moment. What has happened? Okay. Fine. Then carrying out the research, then you write now the research papers. That's what you normally do. Then you disseminate the results. In this case, we find that now the flow of information is one way. Then the users of research are viewed as passive receivers. And now in this context, I can also relate in terms of at my university. In the past, we find that whenever now we go to the communities, we experience like what is usually referred to as the respondent fatigue. People now were tired of being interviewed because they didn't see any value in this, because now they're not part of any research plans and also any feedback that is coming out from our research. Therefore, we need, in a way, as much as the research is important, also have to write papers, but we have to remember to communicate the research in terms of being inclusive, also being a two-way process. Yeah. Therefore, this is just a diagram that signifies the traditional dissemination model coming from the sender to the passive receiver, which is the direction is just from the researcher to the passive receiver, which is now the target audience. However, we need to have something like this where we find that there is feedback. There will be message to the communities or to the target audience, but at the same time, we must get some feedback from the communities. Then here now we will be looking at the elements of research for impact. We have firstly planning, which includes monitoring and learning. Then we have also the stakeholder engagement and strategic partnership, where you have other people coming maybe from various organizations that will be coming up with useful information about how one can conduct the research. Like, for instance, things like if you want to draft questionnaires, they can also assist in trying to come up with the right questions to ask for that particular problem. Then we have strategic communications, and also capacity development, which is also a part of your research, where you need to capacitate some individuals. Maybe it can be your students that must also be getting some skills and all that. Then it comes down to the influencing, whereby we talk about the influencing policymakers so that there can be some change in whatever problem there was in the first place. Okay, then how strategic communication, how does it link to the other elements of the research for impact? Here, in a way, we firstly define the change and the impact we want. Meaning that whenever one plans research, you need to start with the end goal. You define what do you want to change, what do you want to impact. Thereafter, you look now at the theory of change. How are you going to be able to arrive there at that impact you want to make? Then you look at this issue of the stakeholder mapping, whereby there will be some people or organizations that will be invited to participate in the planning of the research. Also, how do we engage stakeholders? Then also, this should support researchers' bids for future funding. Then this, in a way, will be increasing an article algorithm score for the researcher, because like now, your research will be having an impact. Okay, now this just shows that when you talk about the research impact, we talk about the research dissemination firstly. Then it leads now to the co-production of knowledge, meaning any knowledge which has been derived through the research process is owned not only by the researcher, but also by the people who have taken part in that particular research. Then, as you can see here, we have what is known as the increasing intensity of the relationship between knowledge producers, which is the researchers, as well as the users, like from informing, ultimately going to the right, to the behavior change and social learning by individuals and institutions. Then, as you can see here, we look, when we talk about research, it starts from the individual, then it goes to the community, can go to the local government, to the national government, and also its impact can also be felt even internationally. Then I think because of time, I must hand over to my partner in crime, Professor Abdul. Over to you, Prof.
Thank you very much. Am I audible enough?
Yes, you are.
Thank you very much. What we're saying is that there has to be some engagement and impact and practice. That's at the end of any research process. So next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you very much. So before you can communicate your research, it's very, very important for you to also take care of certain things. One of those things are what are your research goals? And then who needs to be involved to make these goals attainable? That means you involve stakeholders from the beginning, and not just at the beginning. Your research goals will entail you going to literature review and previous research, consult industry and other services on government. Then when you come, you now involve stakeholders, what is in it for them, and formalize partnership. Then when will you involve them? You ask them when and how and when they want to be involved, including opportunities for building capacity. If you want your research to have a very remarkable impact and then visibility and communicable to the audience, then what are your project deliverables? This will come in form of reports, applications, infographic, new program adjustment to existing services, awareness, and even behavioral change. Then how do you want to deliver the output? First of all, you have to answer the question, who will implement the evidence into practice? What expertise do you have or do you need, e.g. brokering, before you can now be able to? So all these are measures, all these are indices of what you can do before your research can gain wider coverage in terms of the audience. And then you measure your success through qualitative measures, through survey, through storytelling, you number of download, as we shall come to see later. Next slide, please. Next slide. Now, in the course of research communication and research dissemination, it is very important to understand that you may go to the extent of knowledge translation. And the synthesis is the extent and application of knowledge by relevant stakeholders to accelerate the benefit of global and local innovation in strengthening health systems and improving people's health, need to be done according to the United Nations Organization, United World Health Organization, need to be done through knowledge or translation. That means even as long as you have a very good research work, at times you will need to translate that research work into a form that can be understood. For example, you translate a research work that is done in Arabic or into Swahili, Is he having problems sharing the slide? Damasi, are you around?
Yes, we are still around.
Yeah, next slide. Next slide, please.
Okay.
Now, knowledge translation means different things to different people, but all it means is about putting research knowledge into practice. Knowledge translation provides an opportunity for end users to be consulted and to be involved in the research process from the beginning. It ensures that outcomes are relevant to their needs and can be applied in a meaningful and practical way in the shortest possible time. For example, now, the translation of many other materials into different languages, for especially in the health sector, so that people can be able to understand what is happening. It's part of research communication. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, in trying to make it very academic and very clear, we can understand that by the time you mobilize knowledge through your research, you transfer that knowledge, then you translate that knowledge, you are invariably doing what? Knowledge exchange, and thereby engaging scholarship. And through this process, you can see all the cycles have a connectivity in between. Through this process, you are invariably communicating research to a wider audience. Next slide. Next slide. Are you with me? Next slide. Oh my God.
Yes.
Now this, yeah, we have some videos that we can talk about. I don't know whether we'll have the time. This video will take us through the terminology that define knowledge selection. If we don't have the time, we may leave it till. Okay, let's go ahead. Just listen to the video or watch the video, please. Okay, thank you very much. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide.
Okay. I'm trying, sorry. Okay, let me. What's happening now? Let me show it again.
While you're doing that, Demisani, just to make an announcement, there are a few people who were in the were as moderators in the oral presentation session. Please, the committee needs your scores immediately. Latest in the next 10 minutes, please send to them so that they can compile things. If you were a moderator in the oral abstract presentation, send your scores to Eman, please. You can also see the chat. I will send it to you individually on the chat box. Please do that. Thank you.
Is the slide visible now?
Yeah. No, not the next one. Is the next slide, yes. This one is trying to repeat the old slide.
Okay. Now is a challenge.
So in essence, before the slide come out, what we are trying to say is that research after being done has to be disseminated, and then when it is disseminated, you have the impact, and this is what the impact look like. As you can see from the chart, the impact is we have academic impact, we have cultural impact, we have economic impact, we have health impact, we have political, we have environmental, social, capacity building and training, back again to the academic impact. So whatever research you are doing, you must ask, you must answer, be able to answer this simple question. Is my research making an impact? And these are some of the areas that the research is making an impact. From this perspective, you can be able to understand the level of impact your research is making. Next slide, please. Now, at the level of policy and research relation, we try to also look at it. And you can see that the arrow is indicating the movement from research to policy, then from policy and politics back to research, and then from research and policy goes in a cycle, and then from a research and policy come to a middle level. And that is what is happening in Africa. Most of the time, the level of research policy is not always there, but then there is the level of policy to research is also not there. Then this cycle is also not well filled. And then the interaction between policy and research is almost also lacking in an African setting. And that is why research communication is also a very big problem. Next slide. Now, when you look at the research communication, you see it is from the level of the input, then to the activities of the research work, then from the level of the output, that's the deliverables from the research project, publication, patterns, media, publicity, and the rest of them. Then you now come to outcomes. Output and outcomes is different. Outcomes are changes that occur, especially change in policy, and then the impact is measurable that occurs over time. Lower, for example, lower unemployment, increase quality of life, and reduce accident. So whenever a good research is done, this is how the pattern is. Like it's moving in a linear direction. Next slide. Now, what are the tips for planning impact? Now, these are the major concepts or terms that you should always look out for whenever you're planning impact in your research, so that your research will have impact. You must find out what is it that you are doing, and then why are you doing it, and then who is it going to benefit, and when. The time frame is very important, and how is also very important, and then the resources that is needed before it can now get to indicators. So these are very, very my big milestones for us to take notice of in the course of our research work. Next slide. Now, what makes a good research impact? What makes a good research impact identifier? You see, before your research can make a very good impact, you must make sure that it is accurate and bias-free. That means it must be relevant, reliable, and consistent in a range of different circumstances. Then it must be timely, robust, and credible, and then it must be independently verifiable and replicable. I always remember Professor Bright saying that your research work must be verifiable and replicable, so that anybody can pick up your data and then do the same thing if you are really accurate and bias-free. Now, your research work must also be linked to clear target and baseline. I hope that those that have written proposal can now see from here that this is what is expected of them, for it can have a very serious impact. Next slide. Now, what are the options of communicating research to the wider audience? Now, this is just some minimal options. Now, you communicate your research at a conference such as the ones that we have just done. You can communicate your research also as scholarly collaboration network, such as Scopus, ASFI handle, and the rest of them. Then you have to also have institutional repository, which is very, very important for communicating research. And then you have some organizations that have preprint server that you can use in also communicating your research. And lastly but not the least is grant applications. People can be able to see your research work when you apply for grant, because they have to see what you have done before, so that they can be able to certify that you are doing the right thing. Next slide. Now, in conclusion, what we are saying is that for relevant stakeholders, they have to be aware and to be engaged with research outcomes. And communication of research to a wider audience is therefore a crucial step towards bridging the gap between knowledge generation and practical implementation, because it then paves the way for the application of insight, fostering a more informed and responsive community. And this session, therefore, our presentation, therefore, underscores the importance of not only conducting robust communication research, but also actively working towards its effective dissemination to ensure that knowledge translates into action. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the impressive presentation on communicating research to a broader audience. I think the focus on plain language, storytelling, and engaged visual is important for effective dissemination. Your presentation is very great, include communication via dissemination, traditional research process, traditional dissemination, the type of impact, tips for planning impact. I enjoy joining for this presentation. Thank you so much, Dr. Misani and Dr. Abdelhamido. Dr. Bright, if you have any comment or any question for our audience.
All right, thank you very much, Misani and Hamidu, for this introduction. I call it introduction because it's a skill that needs to be learned. It's quite essential, but it's not easy. Okay. As scientists, we are being used just to write and publish, and that ends the story. But the fact is that it's not complete. It's not complete when those who it applies to have not understood it first and cannot take it in. So science communication is important. In my group here, for instance, that is one of the questions we ask. Because if you look at across the world, if you do population surveys, we see a very steep trajectory in decrease in participation rate. And I believe that much of that perhaps is due to the fact that those who participate don't know what they actually do. They don't know what they are participating in. They participate in research, but there's no feedback. So I think if we have that connection in which we can go back to those who actually need what we have done to tell our story in a way they can understand, it will increase the chance that we'll have more people coming to participate in research. It will increase the relevance of our research. And so the issue of impact is fundamental. It's unfortunate that in the history of research and science, this is coming so late in our dispensation, but I think we need to take it up. So it's an introduction because we need now to practice. So I will send the Misani and the Hamid, since they have now introduced us to this, to take us further. How can I do it? For instance, if I want to use graphics, how can I make my graphics in a way that it makes meaning to those who are on the street? How can I remove my scientific quote from my story and make it public appealing? Okay, so this is quite important for everyone. It doesn't matter the field you are. I think we can do better, and let's take it from here. Thank you very much.
Thank you again. Any question, any comment? Okay, thank you again. We can move to the next session, award session with Dr. Vera Orenke.
Yeah, thank you. Amado, thank you so much for your leadership, for leading at this session. Thank you. We appreciate you so much. Thank you very much. Yeah, we're supposed to swing into the presentation of award for poster proposal development and oral presentation. Though we're having a few report that hasn't been sent, but we are going to get it out sorted. Yeah, so let me just have some reaction. Let me just have some few reaction regarding the conference, just by a reaction from the chat box. Can I have some bubbles? Can I have some claps? Can I have some cheers? Please, 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 cheers up. Let's see how far we have done so far. Let's do that. All right, awesome conference, fantastic, Timothy. All right, let's have more, please. Let's have more. Let's have more. Let's have some flowers. Let's have some bubbles, some love, some laughter, some hands. That's awesome. Yeah, so we're just trying to take about 5 minutes to collate so that we can come up with the award. Yeah, just in a moment. So we just take a 5-minute leg break, so that just a stretch for 5 minutes before we can now return back for that. Just trying to put things together. So just 5 minutes. So basically by 2:05, 2:06, and I think we're going to return. So you can be here if you want to, but if you want to take a leg break, that'll be fine. Just 5 minutes from now, we'll see what we can do. I love the reaction. So and don't forget, I said we're going to be snapping. We'll have a photograph. So I'll be glad. I've seen Tamara with a beautiful dress, and I want all of you to do the same. So all of you need to on your videos. Then we'll do a screenshot of everybody at the same time. Then we'll make it viral. We'll make it viral. We'll do the hashtag ASFI 2023. So we want everybody to do that. So at the right time, that will happen. Yeah. Thank you. I love the love, the talent tag. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Let's just see just a minute. In the next couple of minutes, we'll just wrap up with the award. Then a bit farewell from Dr. Bright. Then our photographs. Thank you. So I'm just wondering what stretch some of you are doing. So maybe those who are still online, maybe you can just have a word of just your take home so far from today's panel, or from the 2, the 3, just as a simple, a synopsis form of a sentence. I'll be glad to see some, maybe just a kind of summary of what you think a take home from today's, yesterday, and the first day on the chat box. I'll be glad to read that. We're going to screenshot some of them and keep, even though we'll have a link for you to make your comments, but that just for this time. Just in a simple sentence, what this conference mean to you, and what impact did you get? What words, what phrase, what quotes? Okay, my research is going to be much more impact-oriented henceforth. Wonderful, Timothy. Thank you so much. I love to hear that. Can I have more? That could be screenshots. Waiting for more reaction. More reaction from people. Okay, more of networking and collaborating. Awesome. Thank you, Dr. Jibola. I can see that. All right, please don't tap long. It seems you are tapping long, just something short, because it's taking time for you to tell me. Just something short. Africans should stop being, Africans should stop being mentally lazy. All right, let's wake up from our slumber. This is a good experience for me, and I think that this conference will have a great impact contribution on my incoming research. Fantastic. Collaboration is a fundamental step for quality research output. Thank you, Dr. Ikoro. African scholars are rising. Wow, that's great. The next mentors. Coming from an open distance learning, where self-learning is key, really connected to the self-learning presentation of today. Wonderful, that's correct. Impactful and academically enriching, an opportunity to network. Joint and collaborative research will increase near future. Wow, awesome. Africa has all it takes. You have all it takes. I have all it takes. That was day 1. Awesome. Thank you, Dr. Jibola, for that reminder. Africa has all. Africans has all it takes. Wow, what a collaboration. Dr. Jibola just dropped that, and I can see Dr. Uchechi, please also say the same thing. Africans has all it takes to compete on global scale. It is in us. Yes, we are genius. Dr. Ajike, let's begin to read towards what we have. Of course, we have all it takes. Thank you so much. African arise. Wonderful. The only person who is educated is the one who has learned how to learn and change. That's great. need to believe in ourselves as Africans. Collaborate or collapse. Wow. Dr. Eunice, I love that. Collaborate or collapse. So please collaborate. Don't waste time. We have formed groups already. Let's collaborate. Please don't collapse. I don't want anybody to collapse here. We are 72. Imagine these 72 giant people here collaborate for African research. There will be a remarkable change in Africa. Doing science the African way. That's right. And that's what we learn. Social cultural flavor. All our research should domicile in Africa. The truth is that we have what it takes to change Africa. Many of us want to publish in category A, category B, Scopus journals, and they bound the papers. Imagine us having a journal house publishing in Africa and turning into policy delivery for government. That can bring a lot of change. Attitudes determine altitudes. Africa will triumph. Thank you, Damisune. Future of African research start now. Indeed, start now. Africa has to be forward-looking and strategic on key activities. Wow. Wow. Dr. Uwanko said, it is our time to conquer the world. African Forum and conferences like the ASFI conference are the key to develop our continent and change mentally for this young generation and youth. Great, 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 great. Fantastic. Let me just check up and see how far we have gone with that so that we could start. Just a minute. ASFI website, awesome. I just want to know how many people have actually signed up in the ASFI Scholar. How many have signed up? Women, no more excuses. That's right, women, no more excuses. How many have signed up for the Scholar, for the ASFI Scholar? I have. Great. Let's leave behind mediocrity and rise and raise the standards. We can make it, and that's the truth. No more middle ground. Let's not be lukewarm. Let's just be hot and move forward. I have. Seems a lot of people have. Whoa, fantastic. So this is where for us to collaborate. I've signed up. Everybody needs to sign up because we need to meet down there so that our visibility will increase, our work, our connection. We do that. Oh, how can I sign up? Oh, well, we'll drop the link. I'm sure Dr. Jibala will drop the link for us so that everyone should sign up. We must have our standard henceforth. We must maintain our standard. I have signed up. Great, great, great. A lot of people have signed up, and that's fantastic. Let me check over again to be sure how far we are. Again, we apologize. What really happened that our chairs didn't actually do that. Some of them didn't submit, so and I think I want to be fair in the presentation. We want a fair and balanced result. Okay, I think we're getting there. We are getting there. We're getting there. All right, fantastic. So we can have the slide on. Prof. Bright, if we can just have the session title, that would be great. Dr. Vera, are you here? Can see your private chat.
Let me see if I have the session title on actually.
Okay, that'll be great.
I don't think I have the session title.
Okay, I think we can just go with that. Dr. Vera, are you here? We'll have the pleasure to have you do this for us. You are the chair for the conference, and in support with Dr. Eunice, two of you need to do that job for us so that you can have the honor to announce the winners of the program.
Is Vera muted?
Can you
Yeah,
hear me?
Yeah, yeah. Vera, check the WhatsApp as well while I do that. Yeah, we can hear you, Vera.
So maybe Jerry, I missed you a bit. You could just repeat what you said.
Okay. We can communicate through the WhatsApp as well. We have the score for our poster, so we can start from there while we get the rest out. So you may want to announce the best, the first, the runner-up, and the third. Then what is the award to those things? So you can just announce, then we can have that.
Okay.
Vera, do you have the result from the poster, from the WhatsApp you have?
Yes, I've received it.
Okay, good.
Okay. Thank you so much, everyone, and I have the honor to present the poster. I'll present the first, the second, and the third category, but I'll start on the flip order. So in the third position, we have Diana B. Kongor. Congratulations, Diana. Your poster made it to the third best position. Let's take it to ourselves to appreciate Diana for her poster making it to the third position. I don't know if Diana is here with us. Diana, if you're here with us, congratulations.
Please show some reaction for Diana, please. All the hands up, all the bubbles for Diana. Well, congratulations, Diana.
Thank you. And then on the second position, we have Dr. Precious Etike. Dr. Precious, congratulations for the second best poster. Dr. Precious, are you with us? Maybe you can have your camera on so we can recognize you if you've joined. I saw Dr. Precious earlier. I don't know, maybe he just dropped out.
Yeah, Precious. Yeah.
Okay, great. But let's appreciate him. Then the first position, we do have our very own Uchechi Bliss Onyedikachi. Uchechi, congratulations for getting the best poster. Maybe we can have her unmuted so we can hear. Uchechi, you're here. Congratulations. You can say a word or two as we congratulate you from our side.
Well, thank you very much. This is so amazing.
Thank you so much. Over to you, Jerry.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah. Professor Eunice, are you with us, Professor Eunice? You can have the honor to announce for the oral, the 1, the 2, and the 3. I mean, the 1.
Let me get to the WhatsApp group.
Okay, please try and announce. Please,
Yeah.
please.
Thank you very much, team. Let me announce the best oral presenter, starting with the third position. The third position is Nelson Kuboye Fernando Kuboye. Congratulations, Nelson. The second is not on the WhatsApp group. I can see the second, but we have the first.
Okay. Yeah, Doc. So what we did was that we just gave a word for the 1 and the 2. So what you have is just for the 1 and the 2. Yes.
Okay. Okay, day 1, we have our very own Zacchaeus Olani. Congratulations, Zach. You are in our team. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Do you want to repeat the one for the 3?
For the 3, we have Nelson Kuboye Fernando. Congratulations to all of you.
Congratulations. So just a write out to that, the management of ASFI deliberated and have given an award, the best oral and poster presentation. He have been given an award for free ASFI membership registration for 2024.
Oh yeah.
Plus free entrance to 2 courses of your choice in 2024. What a beautiful presentation. So it means in next year, you are not going to pay any fee for being a member. Then you can also attend 2 free ASFI courses of your choice. Congratulations. Congratulations. That is awesome. And for the second best oral and poster presentation, you have been awarded with a free membership in 2024 and also 1 free course in 2024. Congratulations. Congratulations. And the third best for the oral poster, free ASFI membership 2024, free for you. And this is very important that you have. This is what some of us will pay. I'm going to pay for next year. I'm going to pay to attend conference, but you have been awarded free membership and free course to attend. Congratulations. We are glad.
More Cameroonians on board. More Cameroonians on board. I'm happy.
Yeah, we have not presented for the group proposal, and that hasn't been done yet. I'm sure before we finish, that will be done. So I need to call up on board Dr. Bright for a general farewell, and before then possibly we may have end up with the proposal development scoring.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Jerry. We have come a long way. We have come a long way. 3 days. 3 days. For me, it has been 3 beautiful days. Who is tired? Let me see your hands if you're tired. Who is tired? No one is tired. Okay. So you don't want to go, because I wanted to ask how many people want to go. How many people want to go? Some people want to go. Really? Okay, I see. Not me, not me, not me, not me. All right. How many people want to stay? Let me get that feedback. How many people want to stay here? We'll continue tomorrow. How many people want to continue tomorrow? Only 2 people? Goodness me. All right. How many people are satisfied with what we have had these 3 days? If you are satisfied with what you have had, how many are satisfied? Good, 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 good. Let me see again. How many are unsatisfied? If you voted for satisfied, bring your hand down. Let me see. How many people are unsatisfied? I can see 2 hands. Eman is unsatisfied. Tamador is unsatisfied. Is that the case? Yes, I'm calling their names because they were part of this. So, all right. How many will join the 2024 conference? With what you have heard these 3 days, how many would like to join the 2024 conference? How many would like to join the 2024 conference? Please raise your hand. Don't be neutral. Don't be neutral. I will join, I will not join. Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, you can bring under your hand. Let me see how many people will not join 2024 conference. If you wouldn't join, let me see your hand. Let me see your hand. Let me see your hand. Dennis Edgar doesn't want to join. Okay, he wants to join. All right, that is great. That is great. For me, I want to stay. I don't want to go. Okay, I don't want to go. It has been 3 days, 3 beautiful days. But the truth is that there is time for everything. Okay, it's time to go. We have done our best. We have done our best. But before we go, I love this quote by Christopher Reeve. He says, so many of our dreams at first seem impossible. Then they seem improbable. And then when we summon the will or the courage, they soon become inevitable. I think this is what we have experienced. This is what we have experienced. And from Monday, or no, from Tuesday until now, what we have heard that Africa has what it takes. I think that is one of the things we should take home. It will take Africans to build Africa. All right? No matter how we see, they appear very, very difficult, impossible. But once we summon our courage, you see that we begin to pave the way. And things like this begin to happen. But I just want to use a few minutes to tell you where we started. This was our first meeting. I don't know whether Vera still remember this. Edna still remember this. Jerry still remember this. Eunice and Co still remember this. This was our first meeting, and that was 1st of November 2020 when we met. And then we are taking the survey. Who has experience in organizing a conference? People indicated. Who has experience of organizing online conference? People indicated. And then those without experience but would like to join, they indicated. All right? You see the number that indicated? See the number? But the ones who have boarded are the ones who remained until now. Many are called, but only few ended. Colleagues, this, if you go to the next slide, this is for the boot camp. All right, this is for the boot camp. And I've highlighted something. I remember Sylvia wrote this and sent, okay, because she was elected the secretary. Look at what she says here. In all, about 60 people participated in the meeting. This one was on the 31st of October 2022. Okay, 60 people. And then the committee leaders were choosing, but how many of them are left today? I know, maybe I have a mistake here, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out of 60. All right. So on the way, we now decided to match the two because we were planning 2 different events. If you remember, when we started, we were planning 2 different events. But on the way, we decided have it online, have it one event. One event. Okay? So we started with a large number, but we ended with few people. And these few people, I am proud of what we have achieved. You have persisted, you have determined, and what happened is that you have told a beautiful story that will be remembered. It's a beautiful story. I can see, I wanted to bring the comments some people are writing. Some people wrote there that I have attended conferences, online conferences, in-person conferences, but I've never seen anything like this. I've never met Eunice. I've never met Jerry. I've never met Vera. I've never met Eman. I've never met Ajibola. But across the world, Africans came to tell a beautiful story. And the question is, what can we not do? Well, that's the point of thought for. So what happened was that when we initiated the committees, we ensured that it was a capacity building committee. So that is why those who have not had experience, please come in, learn from that. Learn from that. And those who have had experience, come and support those. And you can also learn from that. And if I ask you, Eunice, did you learn something new from this process? Eunice, did you learn something new from this process?
I learned so much, Prof. I thank ASFI so much for the opportunity. Yeah.
What about you, Vera, who chaired the conference committee? Did you learn something new?
I learned so much, not just one thing, but many.
I learned so much. I learned so much. I learned so much. And I think for the next year conference, whether you have announced, we can take some things forward. Did we succeed? We surpassed our expectations. Honestly, we surpassed our expectations. I didn't know that this effort we have put, some of us with sleepless night, will end up in this way. So I say thank you to everyone who is here. Thank you to the keynote speakers. Thank you to the panel discussants. Thank you to the bootcamp facilitators. Thank you to the moderators and rapporteurs. Thank you to the abstract presenters, oral abstract presenters, poster abstract presenters. And more importantly, to my colleague, Dr. Eman Sob, Dr. Jibola Olalajo, and the leaders of the conference and bootcamp committees listed here, and many others who were in the background, cheering them up and supporting them. So we succeeded. The committees have learned, and we are making it to the next year. So what we offered from this conference is that there is hope for Africa. There is hope. And then there is capacity. And what I mean by capacity is that we can be what we want to be. We can do what we want to do. We can achieve what we want to achieve. Because Africa has what it takes to. And you see, if somebody asks me, how much do you need to bring a change? I don't need so much. I will tell them, give me men, give me women, because they are tested and they can deliver. And I think that is the story you have told. These are other things we have offered, the poster viewing deck, the video conferencing, we have showcased it here, that the things we can do. This is an idea born and given to African sons who have just finished from their universities. Can you do this? They said, we can try. And they tried, and they failed, and they tried, and they failed. And trying this conference, we have used this to achieve what we have achieved here. And here you also have the other platform, the ASFI Scholar we have delivered to you. It's now up to you. How will you use it? Will you use it at all? And that will start from tomorrow. If we go to the platform, we'll see how many people have subscribed. So please take the information, take the link, tell your friends, tell your colleagues, spread it like wildfire across the place. Africa has come. Africa has come. Let's not make ourselves the babies of the world continuously. We have opportunities now. I think we can take them up. All right. We also provided you information about the brand new journal that is coming when it is finally online. Will you use it, or you'll be running still to China and India and Uzbekistan or Azerbaijan, Iraq to publish your research? We have showed that we can change our narrative. And then the big one in town, ASFI Women in Science. Women in the house, is up to you now to decide what to do. The mail is served for you. So please join ASFI members to make a difference. So I don't know if there is anyone here who does not want to be a member of ASFI. If you don't want to be a member of ASFI, Uchechi is already raising her hand. After winning our award, you want to resign? If you don't want to be a member of ASFI, let me see your hand. If you don't want to be. Okay, who wants to be, who is convinced to be a member of ASFI here? Who is convinced that this is what I need to do? This is what I need to do. This is what I need to do. I have 75 people in the house and I see only 22 people. Okay, no problem. It's not in numbers, okay? You can see, I told you we started with 60, and then we came down to how many people who pulled this string and achieved this marvelous work. All right. Next year, develop your research capacity. We have showed you the courses. Those who have had these trainings, their story has changed. Their mindset is changed, and yours can be the same. Then next year, this is what we have. We want to tell our story again in a bigger form. So please mark your calendars. We have announced it to you. Mark your calendars. Getting closer, we announce the posters submission, the abstract submission. This year, we accepted 85 submissions, and we did it. Next year, let's triple that, or we quadruple that. All right? Let's triple it, or we quadruple that. Tell the story, come and showcase. And I believe by then, these platforms would have become much better. Is there anyone who does not plan to come? Who does not plan to come in 2024? I know you will come. So finally, I want to say that the speakers and facilitators presentations, we're going to create a Google Drive account, and we'll put it there, and we invite you to pick them up. And that will also include your certificates. We will do that, and then we'll show you how to pick it up. So from me, I want to say thank you, colleagues, for the opportunity we have had these 3 days. It has been fantastic, and I am happy what we have achieved together. Thank you very much. Dr. Kwabai, over to you.
Okay, thank you so much, Doc. We are so glad for this opportunity given to us to learn, unlearn, and relearn. And this is what we have learned so far. We are gradually winding down our program. And as I'm talking to you, it seems the proposal winners have been sent, but they are not complete. So maybe we need to take some photographs before that comes, while that we are taking. So I'll be glad, maybe Dr. Brian, you could put that on the gallery. You could change the format to a gallery so that we can have everybody on board.
Yeah, I have it gallery here. Is not what you see?
No, it's not what I'm seeing. I don't know. I'm the one that have not changed that then. So can we all on our videos? Let's have a snapshot, everybody.
Hey man, over to you.
Okay, El, great.
Hey man, you can take the picture.
Can we have everyone put it on the camera, please, everyone?
Online picture taking is on my strength.
Online picture. Can we have you? I'm seeing some people still locked up. Why? Awesome. Wow, I can see Dr. Brian looking beautiful. Tamado, I can see you. Nelson, wow. Samuel, I can see you. Wow.
Yes, because
I love the smiles.
Please lower your hands.
Let me have them.
Take more. Okay. Let me get to the next one. I can see Olusegun there. Good work. Wonderful. Dennis Tosan. Komi. Wow. I can see you there. Let me take this one again. Wonderful. Awesome. Awesome. Bernard. Zacchaeus. Chinyenye. Yeah. Ekoro. Wow. Timothy. I can see you. Wonderful. Let me take more again. Oh, I can see Amos. Oh, Dr. Amos Fideli, Daniel, Cindy, Joel. Awesome. Wonderful. Let me go more again. I can see Peter, Catherine, Kazia. I can see the Tajiki Sarah too. Wow, wonderful. Wow, wow. I can see Omobola. Wonderful. Love that. Can see more. Okay. Wow, wow. You're all looking gorgeous, gorgeous. Dr. Mariam, Chamba, Fumi, Oluchi, Dr. Precious, I can see you there. Awesome, awesome.
Sorry.
All right, I think I've been overwhelmed. Are you saying something more, please? Sorry for that. Just being overwhelmed.
Could you take from your side, Jerry?
You said?
He asking if you can take a screenshot of the.
Oh, sure. Why not? Why not?
Mhm.
Why not? So let me see if we have that result again. Do we have that? I'm not sure that's ready. So maybe Dr. Brad, I'm not sure the result for the proposal is ready. So
Okay, maybe that can be announced later on.
That's right.
No,
That's
yes. Ready,
That's
Dr. Brian. I sent to you
He sent to me. What did he send to me?
the proposal.
Okay. You sent to me. Let me check.
The name is network error.
Yeah. So, Eman, what you send there, is it what you want us to announce there? Do you want that to be announced, Eman?
Yes.
Okay. So, Jerry, do you want
Could
to
you
announce
check?
that? Jerry here. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm here just to be sure. Okay, I'm not sure if she dropped that on the platform. What I'm seeing, they just
Let me forward.
maybe Doc, you could go ahead. Okay, what I'm seeing, they just for. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
she dropped it on the platform. Yeah.
All right. Okay.
So, do you have the names of the members of the group?
Dr. Eman, if I
In your
did that,
email, right? Yes.
Dr. Eman, you want to drop the name of the group?
The names of the group members. Do you have that?
In your email.
In my email.
Yeah. So the internet showing difficulties.
I've not received the email, but of course, what is important now is the group that. Okay.
Yeah.
The group that.
All right. So, ladies and
Okay.
gentlemen, we have carefully looked at the proposal sent, and the committee, based on their judgment and the criteria from group 1 to group 5, group 4 was outstanding. And that is the best proposal development so far. And from the family, we are going to develop further on that. That does not mean that other groups will not develop it, but group
Jerry, you are muted. Sorry, you need to unmute yourself. Yeah, so what I did was I've given everybody permission to unmute. So this is the time if you want to shout to the roof, you can do that. So
yes, so
if you want us to hear it, yes. So Jerry, it's up to you.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Congrats, group 4.
Congratulations, group 4.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Where's Vera?
Congratulations to all of
Thank
Mary,
Congratulations
Sylvia,
to all of us.
Dr. Zacchaeus.
Congratulations.
That's our team as one.
Congratulations, everyone.
Congratulations. Dr. Zacchaeus.
This is a
I'm
wonderful
sure you're so
moment to
happy.
get together.
Let me
Congratulations,
tell you.
Congratulations,
We are so happy.
Congratulations, Dr. Emma. So,
Proposal.
We are so happy.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Can we have the
Oh, you're welcome. There's also Isabella in group 4. Isabella, are you there?
I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, you're loud and clear. So cool.
So Jerry, are you there?
You are breaking. You are breaking, madam.
First on Waru, thank you. Congratulations for this outfit.
Yes, oh, this is so cool. Group 4, can you all come out?
Opportunity.
Congrats.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations to us.
Right.
Yes, I can see
Congrats,
you.
Group 1.
Okay. Yes, Group 4, I'm also Group 4.
Is Jerry still here? Is Jerry still here or he has dropped? Eman, did you announce their prize? I don't know if Jerry has finished. I can't see him. Or Vera, do you have the price for the okay.
Let me just check.
I think Jerry's dropped.
Yeah, I do. So,
You fine?
Yeah, Jerry's back.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, my network threw me out of gladness. I think we have already announced that group 4 is the winner for the presentation already. We wish we have gotten their names, but I haven't gotten that yet. So, but I hope in the course of time we're going to announce all of them.
Yeah, but Jerry, I can read from here if you want.
Oh, great! That would be great.
Read from here. Then you need to announce what their prize is.
Okay.
So I have here group 4 members: Zacchaeus Olufemi, who is the group leader; Demisani Hompashe, who is subgroup leader; Timothy Adeyemi, Kezia Nkwizu, Joel Wadri Dema, Olusegun Ewemuje, Nwankwo Mercy, Isabella Swai, Margaret Oke, Omobala Odudoye, Peter Ohwe, and Chinelo Owusi.
All right. Thank you so much, sir. So the winning group winning for this is a group winning, unlike the other ones. So everyone in this group will receive a free ASFI membership for 2024. Wow. All of you. And all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Your proposal will be assisted by the secretary to assist you to see how you can develop it to the next level. Congratulations. Congratulations. I wish I was in your group.
That is so cool. That is so cool. It makes me so happy because I've always been speaking about collaborative research from early on when I was doing my PhD. That was 2014. Imagine I'm realizing this dream 2023.
Wow.
This is fantastic.
Congratulations.
Wow. Congratulations.
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 Thank you so much for this platform. It has really made my dream to see that things can happen. As Africans, we can do it.
Congratulations. See you in our weekly conference and seminars and workshop. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.